I remember Seth needed to come see me about something. And this was probably like 2 days after Mikey got killed. And he told the battalion commander, hey sir, I gotta go meet with Jocko about some stuff, and they took care of us, those guys. There's probably 10 of us standing at attention in the skipper's office, and he's like, what the hell's going on? And he went down the line, and we all got done with our complaints, and he goes, you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like a mutiny. That was probably the most pivotal moment in my Navy career, to go from a guy that we have a mutiny against to this guy that everyone admires and loves and would follow anywhere. And you could feel a lack of direction sometimes, which is very clear. There was a lack of direction in Iraq. And by the way, it wasn't just this unit. Every unit in Iraq was doing this. Every unit in Iraq. When I walked out of there, I thought to myself, we're going to lose. We're going to lose this war. As the leader, you know that the time is going to come. The war doesn't stop. The enemy doesn't stop. The attacks aren't going to stop. Get the gear back on and go out and take the fight to the enemy. Then that's what we did. Are we really going to do this again? Well, we don't have to. But would that be the right thing to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. Now, normally I do a long intro that has all the accolades. Here's a man that really needs no introduction. I am still going to mention a few things. He's a retired Navy SEAL officer. He's a co-author of #1 New York Times bestseller, Extreme Ownership, and a bunch of others. Host of the Jocko podcast, which is pretty surreal and humbling to be sitting here interviewing the man himself at his studio. He's co-founder of Echelon Front. He's an all-American badass that half the country wants him to run for president. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jocko Willink.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks for having me, or having us, or
thanks for having me.
Yeah, I don't know how you even call it. I can't thank you enough for taking the time and offering your studio up to be able to interview you. This is something where I've had I don't know how many people request to get you on the show, and I've been trying to do it for a few years and finally made it happen. So I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, man. Well, the first time you came on my podcast, your podcast wasn't started yet.
Yeah, right.
So you were about to start it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was 6.5 years ago,
yeah.
I think, which is wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty wild. But what's the last full book that you've read?
Last full book that I read is actually We Dared to Fly. It's a book written by Colonel William Reeder, who was a Mohawk pilot.
Yeah.
On his first tour in Vietnam. Later, he was a Cobra pilot. Ended up getting shot down. Ended up being a prisoner of war.
Oh, wow.
Went through horrific situations, but he wrote a book. He wrote a book about being a prisoner of war. He wrote a book about being a Cobra pilot, and he wrote a book about his first tour, which was flying a Mohawk, which was a little like armed observation aircraft. And he flew it over Vietnam. They flew low level over Laos and Cambodia and North Vietnam, and it was a pretty hairy mission. Yeah. And they lost a lot of guys. And he's been on my podcast a few times talking about each one of those books.
Oh,
and
wow.
so that the last podcast I did with him was talking about that book, We Dared to Fly, Colonel William Reeder.
Wow. Do you typically read nonstop, like one book after the next, or is it only for people you have on the show?
Yeah. Well, I have enough people on the show that have written books that I'm kind of reading. I'm kind of reading all the time.
Yeah. Do you find a singular takeaway from any of them?
I mean, I find takeaways from all of them for sure. That book in particular made me think about a couple things. One of them was he actually goes through flight error protocols. So when there's something wrong with an engine or when they get shot up, when they have damage to the aircraft, there's protocols that they run, and he actually goes through them, and it's all based on their training. And it just made me think back to the training that you and I went through and what is protocol training and how you execute things. But then also the fact that when you're training, especially training for combat, you can't train for every exact scenario. And especially when I was running training when you're running training, you got to get the leaders and put them in situations where they're going to have to make decisions, think dynamically, do a really fast risk assessment, oversee the battlefield in a simplified way very quickly, adjust their decision once they make it. And so you got to train them to do that. And even though you might train them in the jungle, those things that they learn will still apply when they're in the desert or when they're in the city. Now, the little tactics are a little bit different, but the leadership maneuvers, the leadership skills that they gain are applicable to all different scenarios. So that's what I thought about a lot when I was reading that book.
Yeah. Do you typically, if you get lessons like that, implement them into your Echelon Front stuff? And like, is that a constantly evolving
the principles don't really evolve or haven't really evolved because those principles haven't evolved for 3,000 years. Yeah. Or really, I guess, essentially, they haven't evolved since the advent of the machine gun. Yeah. Is when the kind of combat principles that we teach, because that's when you have to have decentralized command, you have to have cover and move, you have to keep things simple. Like, these are the things that happened when we started fighting with machine guns. Yeah. But it does go back even before that, with stones and spears. There's some of it. Yeah. But those principles haven't changed. So no, they don't really change. But what the books give me is a different angle, a different way to describe something, maybe a renewed comprehension of something. Oh, that makes sense from there too. Yeah. Even with these guys in these little Mohawk airplanes, when one of them would go down to do either take pictures, because they were doing recon as well, either to take pictures or to engage targets, the other one would stay at altitude and cover the other one's movement. Like, that's what they did. Even two aircraft do the same thing that you and I had to do in the city, in the desert. That's
something I don't think a lot of people probably even think of, that can be done, via helicopter or in the air. But I imagine it's more of a 360 or, a three-dimensional as opposed to kind of one-dimensional on the ground in terms of areas of cover, et cetera.
Yeah, it is. But just like moving down a hallway or moving on an oil rig where it's 360 degrees, like, if you're alone, you're doomed.
Shit out of luck.
But if that's why they have a wingman. That's why fighter jets have a wingman, and they work together as teams.
Yeah. Everybody needs their own echo. Hey guys, I want to take a minute to tell you about the Mic Drop Patreon, where you can get the real mic drop experience the way it's meant to be seen. You get completely uncensored, unfiltered, and uncut episodes with nothing held back, just raw, real conversations directly from me to you, without YouTube censorship. Plus, you'll see it days before anyone else, with early premieres and exclusive bonus content that you won't find anywhere else. You get behind-the-scenes access to the show, including pre- and post-show footage, with me and the guest both in studio and on location, depending on what the guest is into and what we have going on. On top of that, we've got tons of Patreon-only perks, mic drop swag, access to exclusive merch, and the chance to submit your questions to be asked at the end of every episode. You'll also get a sneak peek at our upcoming guests, so you'll know who's in the studio weeks before anyone else. We're constantly releasing new features and dropping new content based on what you want to see. For our top tier members, you get the same Mic Drop Challenge coin that all of my guests receive from the upcoming show, which will never ever be for sale. We've got quarterly merch that's sent out directly to you, a monthly Zoom call with me where we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and an active group chat where we all shoot the shit on a daily basis. All of that for just a few bucks a month to support the show. Right now, we're also offering a 10% discount off an annual subscription, which means that you get more than a free month. I want to say thank you to everyone who has already signed up. Your support means that we get to keep bringing you the content that you love. So if you haven't yet, hit the link in the description or go to patreon.com/micdrop and join the team. I'll see you guys in there. Thank you.
I have 4 dogs, and they've eaten all types of different food. And we recently found Team Dog, I believe this spring. So we've been on it for a year. Seeger was on it first, and Tiller was on it, and then we put the Goldens on it. And I mean, all the dogs eat less food. The dogs' coats are way better. Everything about Team Dog is, I'm very impressed. My dog trainer, Justin Allen, he uses it on all 60 dogs that are there for training. He's tried every single food in the game too, and they just stay super healthy on this team dog.
Have you guys roll often?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the schedules,
Yeah.
but we've been training together for a long time.
Yeah.
You know,
Can you still best him?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time. Most of the time.
It's a painful reality for Echo at this point. It's been a long time, and I've always been, I had a really good head start on him, probably a 10-year head start.
Yeah.
And so when I really started training with him a lot, he was a purple belt.
Yeah.
And he's a big, strong, purple belt, which is why I started training with him a lot, because it's hard to find a guy that's 225 pounds, that's very athletic and strong and is training all the time. Like and he was that guy at the time, so I started training with him all the time. But I had a good head start on him, so it's been a long run. But he's he's great to train with, great training partner.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I wanted to tell him good evening, but maybe later, or good morning. I mean, whatever. What's something that you wish you were better at?
Well, jiu-jitsu, obviously. I always wish
Really?
you're better at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I know it's a never learning, and it's not even linear in terms of the progress, but and you're always learning. But I mean, do you get to a point where, from a learning curve standpoint, I can only imagine that it's not super steep at this point?
You'd be surprised, especially with the evolution of jiu-jitsu, and there's like new categories of movements that come out, and not to mention things that used to work that didn't work for a while because people came up with good counters, and then they start working again because people find counters to the counters. So it just evolves all the time, and I think that's why I've been into it for so long.
Yeah.
When you think about it, when I initially started training jiu-jitsu, I thought to myself, I want to be good enough to beat a normal person.
Yeah.
Well, after 6 months of training jiu-jitsu, you can beat a normal person.
Yeah.
And so after the first 6 months, you're just doing it for because you love the game.
Yeah.
So I just love the game.
I guess to me, I've been training pretty consistently since leaving the show. Mm-hmm. One of them was actually one of the catalysts was Andy Stumpf had one of those Ask Me Anything questions, mm-hmm. and somebody asked him, who would win in a fight between Joe Rogan and Mike Ritland? And he was like, dude, Joe would fucking hand him his ass. And I was like, while that's true, fuck, I don't need you to say that. So I was like, man, I got to get back into it. And so, but I guess, for me, it seems like whether you take, say, MMA and you look at like the Dagestanis that have been so dominant for a long time, especially against really high-level jiu-jitsu guys, and when you look at least for me, when I see what they're actually achieving against them or what they're catching them with, it's some of the most basic maneuvers. I mean, it's head and arm chokes or, mounted triangles or, just a rear naked choke. I mean, there's nothing fancy about what they're doing. It's like, it kind of reminds me of the flat range. It's like they get so good at doing the most basic stuff that even the highest level guys can't keep them from doing it against them. Now, granted, when you can elbow somebody in the face and, there's the threat of being struck also, that completely changes the game. But I still find it fascinating that, like, as one of the gyms that I train at predominantly is right in Dallas, and there's a lot of, pretty high level guys that compete all the time. And there's always some new fucking thing out that, that they just came up with or that's, whatever. But it's like the basics are still the basics, kind of the parallel to tactics. Mm-hmm. It's like the most common principles that make sense and are effective in jiu-jitsu are always that way, no matter how fancy you get with it. Do you find that same? Yeah,
the fundamentals are very seldom change. And I'm trying to think of examples. I guess the paradigm of jiu-jitsu it was a time where you could be fighting and you could be on the bottom and you could still win.
Yeah.
And even that is difficult now, right? Because being on top has such big advantages. Being on top is just, you have gravity on your side.
Yeah.
And now when you're on the bottom, you don't have gravity. So that means you can move your hips, you can move your feet, you can move a little quicker. But yeah, the fundamentals of jiu-jitsu, when you watch like Hodger Gracie, he's would do the most fundamental moves and win.
Yeah.
So yeah, the basics are
the basics.
Are strong.
Yeah. If time travel were possible, where and when would you go and why?
I guess part of me is just, being a team guy in Nam.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a team guy in Nam. So if I could go back and be a team guy in Nam, that would seem like it would be a really cool thing to do. And then if not, then maybe Marine Corps, Pacific Island campaign. Yeah. That'd probably be my time travel scenario.
Yeah. You'd want to go back and get some.
Yeah.
I love it. Do you have a favorite quote?
A favorite quote?
Yeah.
Probably no fucking slack. Right? David Hackworth.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. It's rare to hear you swear and refreshing, even if it's in a quote. Do you have an EDC? Like, do you carry around here, or do you not mess with it? Yeah. Do you mind sharing what it is?
365.
Yeah. Same here. It seems like
nice.
most people are carrying that nowadays. But morning routine wise, now it's just something that I like to ask everybody. I think it reveals a lot about somebody and kind of how they live their life. Yours is generally pretty public. I always like to ask, what time do you get up and what do the first 3 hours look like? I think most people know that you typically get up around 4:30. But I am curious, like, every single day, what do those first 3 hours consist of?
I mean, it does depend on the day. It depends on what I have going on. It depends on what time I have work to do. But yeah, get up, brush my teeth, go work out. The workouts can be 15 minutes or they can be 4 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, just depending. And if the waves are good, I'm probably going surfing before I work out. So if I have some critical task that's due, I might do that critical task before I work out. But that's pretty much it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think everyone's figured out that that's a good way to go about.
Do you wait
life.
to eat until later on?
Yeah, I don't eat till like 10:30, something like that.
And then it's typically like a carnivore kind of thing?
Yeah, actually at 10:30, I'll start eating like mixed nuts. I'll start eating mixed nuts, and that kind of tides me over. I have a protein shake. I have a mulket, for lunch or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't like to do stuff on a full stomach. So, and so before I go train at night, jiu-jitsu, I don't like to eat anything, and so I eat when I come home.
Yeah. So really just one big meal a day?
Yeah, but snacks,
Yeah.
Nuts, like little protein, something like that, and then a big meal at night.
But you don't eat a lot though. It sounds like.
No, I eat a lot because I eat a lot at night.
Yeah. So the smorgasbord at night.
Yeah, I eat a good amount of food at night.
Is that usually like steak and
a big ass salad?
Yeah. Any salad dressing?
Yeah. Either Caesar salad, which my wife makes. She makes Caesar salad dressing, or she makes vinaigrette. What is it, like oil and vinaigrette?
Yeah, like balsamic or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Chef Jocko. Where are you originally from?
I grew up in Connecticut and Maine.
Yeah. I've seen a ton of interviews with you. I've never seen anybody really deep dive super hard into your childhood. Mm-hmm. I think for me at least, that always paints a really good picture of, from a relatability standpoint. Everybody has grown up. I am curious if you could kind of walk us through your childhood a little bit of what it was like growing up there, what the family dynamic was like. Siblings, did you play any sports? Kind of what was that like?
Yeah, I grew up pretty normal. My mom and dad were school teachers. My mom taught English. My dad taught history. And they were high school teachers. And my dad was really into sports. He was more into sports than I was. That's why my name is Jocko, by the way. But I played soccer and basketball. As a kid, I skateboarded. I surfed up in Maine. I was into hardcore music.
Yeah, the like Black Flag kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of at the height of that. I mean, because that's what in the 80s.
Yeah, it was
right?
in the 80s.
Yeah.
I was very lucky to have grown up around that scene, and I lived, between New York and Boston. So I went to a lot of hardcore shows growing up. I went to this place which eventually became a very famous place called CBGB's in New York City.
Yeah.
I went there all the time as a kid, And then we would go to shows up in Boston as well. And there was hardcore bands from Boston and there was hardcore bands from New York. And we hung out with and went to a bunch of those shows in both states. Mostly New York, though.
Yeah. I guess from like, I'm assuming that was more in high school.
That was.
Like your parents were totally all right with that? Like, did they give you any grief about?
I would say my parents were pretty, they were pretty chill. They were pretty laissez-faire, you know, and they kind of let us kind of do what we were doing. You know, we were latchkey kids. You know, we didn't have a key or anything like that because we lived in the middle of nowhere. So it wasn't like no one locked the doors or anything. But when I would go to school in the morning, there would be no one home, and when I got home at night, there would be no one home. Oh. And you know, but my parents they could come home at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and so, but you know, I wasn't like I didn't do drugs or anything like that. Yeah. I probably from the outside looked like I was a menace to society, and you know, we got in fights and stuff like that. You know, when you're a kid going to hardcore shows, there's fights. You're going to get in fights, but it's almost just like going to play basketball. You're going to play basketball. You go to a hardcore show, you're going to get in some fights. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. So did a bunch of that, and yeah, but my parents, they, you know, I was a little bit out of control. I was just a rebellious kid, I guess, is the thing. But they weren't trying to mold me and force me to go do something. They were just like, whatever. That's why when I joined the Navy, they were, I would say, pretty happy about that whole scenario.
I definitely want to get into that. You had siblings?
Oh yeah, I had an older sister and a younger sister.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did that help you out in high school with the dating scene?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it really helped me out. You know, I was kind of like a normal kid. I had some girlfriends along the way. Yeah. But you know, I wouldn't say. Yeah.
Was from being athletic and working out standpoint, was that something that you prioritized at all growing up? Like, were you into that?
Yeah. I mean, we worked out. We thought we were working out, but we weren't. We didn't really understand what we were doing. You know, if you were doing push-ups, then you were working out. We wouldn't think to do 700 push-ups like we would now. You know what I mean? Yeah. We would when we would do pull-ups, we wouldn't think to do 300 or 400 pull-ups like we would now. You know, we'd think, oh, I did 3 sets of 8 and think you're good to go. That's what working out was. So it was just, I think I had a lot less knowledge, and the entire kind of friend group that I had, we all had a lot less knowledge about working out. And it wasn't like you could Google, give me a good workout for a 14-year-old, and now you learn. No, that just didn't even exist. Yeah. So I just didn't know much about it.
Yeah. Did you play any sports other than recreational stuff, skateboarding and surfing?
I mean, just soccer and basketball. Yeah. And I was like average. Yeah. Maybe I was a little above average in soccer and a little below average in basketball. Yeah. And but I didn't play, you know, I didn't realize it at the time, but you know, I didn't play year round. I wasn't like practicing. I just showed up and did it. Yeah. So, but I wasn't a great athlete.
Yeah.
The first thing I ever actually legitimately practiced was jiu-jitsu. That's really? The first thing that I said, oh, this is awesome, and I will do this all the time.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild. And that was in the late 90s?
Yeah. And I guess skating and surfing as well. Yeah. But yeah, but those things are a little different.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You said you lived out in the middle of nowhere, like on almost a farm kind of property?
No, just down a dirt road. There was just in the middle, in the sticks. Yeah. You know, it wasn't a farm. I think my parents' property was, you know, 2 acres or something like that. Yeah. But it was all woods, and then it's surrounded by like state forest. So it was just a bunch of woods.
Yeah. Nutrition wise, was it the typical 80s where you're eating bologna and cheese sandwiches and like
did you
just eat terribly?
Yeah. Oh, if you're thirsty, drink a Coke. If you're hungry, eat a Snickers bar. Yeah, that was 100%.
I mean, it's fascinating to me, like from a frame standpoint wise, because I mean, I grew up a few years after you, but similar time frame and similar lack of nutritional knowledge at that time, especially for raising kids. But you're still a pretty big fucking dude. You know, it's like, I mean, I have to wonder, like, if you had been eating like grass-fed liver pate and fucking eggs, like, you know, would you be 7 foot tall or what? You know,
I would Probably, right? You know, I'm sure that, like I said, I'm sure the ho-hos and Snickers bars that we ate and potato chips was not beneficial to getting bigger and stronger.
Yeah. Did you implement that into your child rearing, like trying to focus on giving them shit that's going to set them up for success?
Oh, my kids?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like even from day one.
Day one.
Yeah. Do you think that it made a big difference?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Going back to your childhood, so your parents both teachers, like you, to me at least, you come across as a very thoughtful, intentional, like from a kind of a wisdom and advice standpoint. Like I can only imagine your kids maybe didn't appreciate it at some points of their life, but
they're definitely sick of hearing from me.
Yeah. But was your dad or either parent kind of that way at all, or like did they ever sit you down and give you like legit pearls of wisdom, life advice wise?
My dad's a very probably the smartest guy I've ever known.
Wow.
So he read all the time. He read like 7 newspapers a day. He knew every fact that there was to know about everything. My mom also a really brilliant woman who was very well read and knew a lot about everything. But they didn't, you know, not really. I will say, you know, my dad would not let me quit anything.
Yeah.
If you started, you were finishing. And so that idea that you're not allowed to quit is probably the lesson that I got from my dad.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to quit.
Yeah. Foundationally, were there any other kind of big ticket principles that he ingrained in you that you remember?
I mean, I don't know if there's much better big ticket principle to get ingrained than that one.
I guess just, you know, any other sayings or, you know, things that you remember him telling you often.
No, you know, and then, you know, I was like I said, I was into hardcore music, and that music at the time was, you know, I think there was a lot of subliminal messages that I got from that about, you know, being aggressive, making things happen, discipline. You know, there's the Black Flag live album where Henry Rollins is just yelling discipline, and I mean, here I am like a 13-year-old kid. Well, when you hear that and you're looking at Henry Rollins and he's, you know, 23 years old, so he's like a grown man, and I'm a little kid, you're looking at that, you're saying, oh, okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna do what he's doing. What's he talking about? Discipline.
Yeah.
Get me
And
in that
he's jacked.
game. Yeah, and he was jacked.
Yeah. That's wild. Were there any traditions that your family had growing up that you look back fondly on?
Well, we just got done with Thanksgiving here, and so my mom would always have the big Thanksgiving thing at her house with all the families would come over, all the, not just our family, but all the family friends. You know, we grew up in a small town, and so, you know, you have these family friends that you grow up with your whole life, and, you know, they all have kids, and so there's, you know, 78 kids at the house and however many parents. And so I always remember that, you know, that was always a nice thing. And, you know, we just got, you know, we had Thanksgiving out here, and my wife had, you know, she made a big dinner, and the kids came over, and, you know, it was.
Yeah, that's awesome. Were you guys big on Christmas growing up?
Yeah, we did the Christmas thing, you know, Santa Claus and
I mean, what does Santa put in Jocko's stocking?
You know, my dad is a notoriously cheap guy, and obviously when you're, you know, 2 school teachers, you don't have a ton of money, and so it was there would always be laughter at what we would get. Actually, it was pretty funny. We actually when we go to Christmas now, we tell the stories of various gifts that we got. One year, my dad got like a jewelry set from Kmart.
Yeah.
And he divided it up between my mom and my 2 sisters, and like awesome. Each one got a little piece, and they were. I mean, it was outward laughter as they're each opening the thing and going, "You got to be kidding me!" So,
so I assume it sounds like your parents are still with us.
Yeah.
What I mean, do they? What's their kind of, I guess, take or impression of where you've gotten to in life? I mean, I can only imagine they're super proud of you, but. Like, do they ever give you any shit still, or is it just all support? And what do they think about what you do?
You know, I think that I think they just kind of see it from the outside, and, you know, they think it seems like you're doing a good job with stuff. You know, I think that's, you know,
so they don't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, the New England, you know, family is, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of, praise. You're not getting a lot of that, which is as it should be. It's like, hey, good job, carry on. So
that's good stuff. Tired of squeezing into stiff dress pants at that holiday party? This season, unwrap the gift of comfort with the Game Changer pants from Public Rec. The office pants that look like Monday but feel like Sunday. Imagine clocking in while feeling as cozy as if you were still in bed sipping hot cocoa. With a soft hand feel and smooth drape, these pants are fan favorites for a reason. Whether you're closing deals in the boardroom, navigating holiday travel, or mingling at company parties, the Game Changers will keep you looking sharp and feeling great. Public Rec is the ultimate men's clothing brand for blending comfort and style seamlessly, and trust me, you will not be disappointed. Stay comfortable this holiday season without compromising style, because with Public Rec's Game Changer pants, you really can have it all. And for a limited time, our listeners get 20% off their entire order with the code MikeDrop, all one word, all caps, at publicrec.com. That's 20% off with code MikeDrop at publicrec.com. I will say, they sent me these Game Changer pants and some shirts, and legitimately, most of the time, like if I'm dressed like with what I'm wearing on shows, or, if you go on your Sunday best at church or whatever, the first thing you want to do when you get home is change out of those clothes. One of the great things about Public Rec, especially these Game Changer pants, you don't feel the need to change out of them. You get home and you can go right into relax mode. So it's a phenomenal brand. Great products, super comfortable, but they still look sharp. And I encourage you to go to publicrec.com. That's code MikeDrop, all one word, all caps, for 20% off. Was there a catalyst or light switch moment for you in terms of joining the Navy and the SEAL teams? Was that all a package deal? What was the moment where you said, that's what I want to do?
All right. So I had a friend that joined the Army and went down to boot camp in between his junior and his senior year. And when he came home from that, he told this story. And the story was, he's out there with his drill sergeant. They're out there at the track at Fort Benning, and they're sitting there waiting to do some evolution. And there's a guy out there, and he's running around the track, and he's got, fatigue pants on, combat boots, t-shirt, rucksack, long hair with ponytail, and a beard. And he's running at some crazy pace.
Yeah.
And my friend looks out there and he says, "Drill sergeant, who's that guy?" And the drill sergeant, without looking back at my buddy, just keeps staring ahead and just says, "Delta." And then my buddy says, "Drill sergeant, is there anyone that's tougher than Delta?" And the guy, without looking back, says, "SEAL team." And so he told me that story. I don't know if it was true. I don't know if it was made up. But when I heard that story, I was like, okay, I know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, that was it, man.
It's
and
hard.
Plus, I grew up surfing. And so this is another thing that added to it. I knew that you could either get stationed. I found out that you could either get stationed in Virginia Beach or in San Diego and be in the SEAL teams. And to me, being stationed either in Virginia Beach or in San Diego would be awesome because I surfed. So here's an opportunity to go live somewhere where there's surfing. Yeah. And so that was another thing that got me fired up.
That's classic, man. The whole SEAL Delta thing is, especially on podcasts nowadays, there's all kinds of back and forth between the two. But one of my best friends growing up ended up at Delta, kind of a similar thing. We were both going to join the Rangers, and then my mom was like, "You're not joining the fucking Army." And she's like, if you need to join the military, why don't you join the Navy, because that's what your grandpa did and whatever. So I was like, all right. So I do that and end up doing the same shit anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. It's funny, the back and forth.
And like I said, I mean, I don't know whether that story was made up or not. And obviously, freaking the guys from Delta and are outstanding soldiers, and the Rangers are outstanding, and the SF is outstanding, and the Marine Corps is outstanding, and the 82nd Airborne and the 101st. Like, there's freaking outstanding. Yeah. There's outstanding troops in all these different units. Yeah. So,
it sounds like ego played a big role in joining. Then, correct?
Yeah, I think. The interesting thing is, if you don't, in somewhere in my mind, I thought I could make it. I didn't just think I could make it. I wouldn't have joined if I didn't think I was going to make it. So I was like, yeah, of course I'm going to be able to make it. Despite the fact that I probably had no reason to be able to say that, right? It wasn't like I was some collegiate bound athlete, or I'd set the school record in the 800 meter run or anything like that. Like I didn't have any of those qualifications. Yeah. So, but part of me was just thinking, oh, if you've just got to be cold and miserable, I know I can do that. Yeah. Because, I grew up surfing in Maine and it is freaking freezing. Yeah. And so, but is there ego involved? Yeah, you have to at least have some level of naivete, right? Too naive to know. And if I would have run the numbers, you know what I mean? If I would have been smart enough to say like, hold on, let me do a risk assessment,
cost benefit.
Yeah. What would I do? And that is the biggest risk, when you're looking at joining the Navy. When you're looking at going in the SEAL teams, if you don't make it to the SEAL teams, you're probably doing a job that you would not want to do if you're not a SEAL. Yeah. So if you join the Army and you don't make it through selection, okay, well, you still can be an infantryman carrying a machine gun, which is still cool. Yeah. But if you don't make it through SEAL training and all of a sudden you're on a ship, which again, if you want to be on a ship, if you want to be a diesel mechanic, what a great place to go. If you want to be in avionics, what a great place to go and be in the Navy and get that skill set. But if you want to be a commando and you don't make it, it's going to be problematic. Yeah. If I would have run the numbers, if I would have done the calculus, I might not have gone for it. So.
Yeah. And you graduated high school, went straight in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you do any research on what SEALs did before you did that, or was it just like, that's the fucking toughest, so that's what I'm going to do?
It was also, we go to Nam. Yeah. We're going to Nam and fighting. So that was good times.
Yeah, that's wild. So you go to boot camp. What year was that?
It was 1990. 1990 I went. September 13th I left for boot camp.
Okay. And so straight through boot camp, what A school did you go through?
I went to Personnelman A school.
This was 6 weeks.
Yeah.
The shortest one.
One.
Straight to buds. Was there anything that surprised you, like expectation versus reality of course, back then, like there's so little out there, so maybe you didn't even know what to expect. But did anything shock you, surprise you either way? Either was way harder than you thought or was a lot easier than you imagined?
It surprised me that we were going to have time off. Yeah. In my mind, I was gone and I was never going to see anyone again. And so when it's like, oh, you can leave tonight. Well, what do you mean? You can go into Burger King, or you can go into Coronado and go to a restaurant. Yeah. That really surprised me. And I think that's actually part of the program. I think there's a reason for that, because they want to see if you can actually have the self-discipline to show up when you got to show up and not do stupid things when you have the opportunity to do stupid things. So I think that surprised me a little bit. And then other than that, I don't know if this was there when you were there, but when I showed pool comp, I didn't know anything about pool comp. Like I never heard of it. And when I got there, I was checking in and I see there was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster, and it had, instead of whatever the killer is in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it was they had put a UDT SEAL instructor shirt on him, and he was like ripping the face mask off of somebody, and it said Bud's Pool Comp Massacre. And I remember thinking, oh, I wonder what that is. And then we all found out.
Yeah. And that's, I think that and San Clemente Island are the two most kind of underhyped elements of buds that will catch people off guard. Obviously, everybody knows about First Phase and Hell Week. Yeah. But yeah, pool comp. For me, the island was honestly the hardest part of buds. But
I had a good time at San Clemente Island. By that time, I was like really, really fired up. And, we actually got banned from getting wet and sandy.
Oh, really?
Because me and a few other guys were voluntarily getting wet and sandy and sleeping out on the grinder. And the instructors would be like, what are you doing? We're like, getting tougher, getting harder. Again, I was a freaking kid, so it was a good time. This one instructor, he like dropped me down or something, and I gave him my weapon. And then I do my push-ups, and he's like, why did you relinquish your weapon to me? And I said, so I would have to pay to get it back. He's like, roger that, and started hammering the shit out of me. So,
God, who does that? That's awesome.
Good times.
It was class 177.
177, yeah.
Did anything trip you up during training? Did you make it straight through?
I did make it straight through. When I went through, and again, this is to the best of my memory, if you failed one run, you were on the bubble. If you failed another run, you got rolled or dropped. If you failed one swim, you were on the bubble. If you failed two swims, you'd get rolled or dropped. If you failed one O course. So basically, if they saw multiple failures of the same evolution, you could get dropped or rolled.
Yeah.
And I think I failed one of everything.
Oh, okay.
I failed like one run where I paced myself, and I never made that mistake again. Like if I wasn't running full out, I was going to fail. So I just ran full out every one after that. I failed a swim, and then I failed an O course. I also failed pool comp. I failed pool comp, and the instructor, who was, you'd know who he was, but old Vietnam UDT guy, and he just for 17 minutes, all he did was go to the surface. He would go to the surface, get a breath, come down, knock my mouthpiece out. Go to the surface, get a breath, knock my mouthpiece out. And he did. This is when pool comp was 30 minutes long, so he did that for 17 minutes. Didn't do anything else. Now you know how hard it is to get a breath.
Yeah.
It takes probably 5 seconds. I don't know, but it takes a while to clear that thing and get a breath.
Yeah.
And so it took him, let's say it took 5 seconds to get a breath. He was doing that like every 4 seconds. And he did it for 17 minutes. And then he just gave me the signal to surface. So I came up and I said, I feel fine, which is what you're supposed to say. And he said, you didn't look comfortable down there. You fail. And I said, roger that, instructor. And then I passed the next time. But years later, he was at TradeEd. And he actually worked for me at TradeEd.
Oh, shit.
A great guy. And I said to him, I was like, hey, man, you remember failing me in pool comp? He goes, yeah, I was just messing with you.
Oh, that's classic, man. Yeah, I mean, they would do the same stuff even in like first phase with the knot tying, like with the doing the thumbs up and wait, and then they'd go back down, just sit there while you're fucking drowning and staring at you. I actually failed pool comp. I was on the last try when I finally passed. I barely passed it that first time, but so many crazy memories from that whole time.
I think you were an instructor, right?
Yeah.
See, I think I never did instructor duty. And so I think a lot of my memories of buds, they kind of faded, because if you don't revisit things, they fade, so I think when you're at buds as an instructor, you get to reconnect all those neurons. Yeah. And I never went back there. So I just it's a big blur.
I mean, I wish you had, it was such a neat experience.
Yeah. I looking back, I wouldn't even want to go there and get stationed, but I would like to go back and run do a hell week, a couple hell weeks just to see what's going on. Just spend a little time over there and see what it looked like from the other side. Yeah. Because I never really got to see what it looked like from the other side.
Yeah. For me as an instructor, I think the most surprising part was seeing behind the curtain and realizing how calculated everything is. It's like when you're going through, you think it's like they're just spinning the wheel of misfortune, to figure out what they're going to do next. But it's like, no, there's a very regimented protocol for everything, and that was, I think, the biggest surprise for me. But similarly, just so many memories and I found myself thinking like, fuck, I don't know how I made it through. Like as an instructor, you're only doing an 8-hour shift. And at the end of that 8 hours, now granted, it's the instructor's job to have, a level 12 out of 10 intensity the entire 8 hours. Whereas as a student, you're just trying to survive. But like at the end of a hell week as an instructor, you feel damn near as broken as they do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard on you.
Hell week is impressive.
Yeah.
Like when you see the guys coming out of hell week and they're annihilated.
Oh yeah.
Like it is savage.
Yeah.
The amount of chafing, just being awake for 5.5 days, the swelling. Yeah. Like guys gain 15, 20 pounds. Yeah. Of swelling weight.
Yeah.
And it's
brutal.
It's legit, man.
Yeah, I dig it. So you make it through buds, you go through kind of the normal pipeline. You end up at SEAL Team 1 first. Can you kind of walk us through your time there, of anything kind of that stands out as being memorable?
Yeah, so Team 1, this was back in the day, and Team 1 had the reputation of being Stalag Team 1, where it was like uniform inspections, haircut inspections, everything was like very, very over the top professionalism all the time. And that's kind of what I was just introduced to. And so that's the way, you get a lot of your DNA in your first team and your first platoon and stuff like that. So I definitely picked up a lot of DNA. There was a Master Chief there who really ran a tight ship, and he ran a tight ship, and he was his name was Master Chief Faculty. He passed away in 2017, but he was just really set a high bar for professionalism, and so that's what we did. And when I got there, I was actually, when we used to have quarterdeck watches, and I was standing quarterdeck watch, and the officer that was on the quarterdeck was another guy that ended up being a team CO and whatnot. But, here I was, a new guy, and he was a post platoon commander. And he asked me, what do you want to do at the team? And I didn't know anything. I said, I want to be a good SEAL, and he said, well, what do you want to do as your job? And he said, whatever they want, whatever they want me to do. Because again, I'm still a kid, man. I'm still young. Like whatever they want me to do.
The Forrest Gump answer.
Yeah. And he said, you should be a radio man. And I said, Roger. He said, do you want to know why? And I said, Roger. And he said, well, basically, if you're a radio man, if they go on a mission, you will go, because they have to have a radio man with them no matter what.
Yeah.
And I said, Roger that. And literally the next day I walked up to the comms room at SEAL Team 1. I knocked on the door and I said, I want to be a radio man in a SEAL platoon. And I honestly think I was the first person that ever did that.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
And because, most guys don't want to carry a radio because it's not a glamorous job and it's a bunch of weight, and just not the most popular job in the SEAL teams. But that's what I wanted to do. So I ended up going to for a while they ran almost like an 18 Echo school, which for the Navy. Mm-hmm. And it was out on the East Coast. There was a fired up damn SEAL chief that was really into radios and really into comms. And he ran a comm course that was 2 months long, learned Morse code. So myself and another new guy, a guy named Giff, who's actually been on my podcast, we were new guys, and he actually wanted to be a radio man as well because he was like an interior communications guy.
Oh, okay.
And so he wanted to be a radio man. So we both wanted to be radio men, and they sent us to this radio man course, and it was great. We didn't have our tridents yet. We hadn't been through STT. We went out to this course, and it was awesome. It was a great course. We learned a ton. Like I said, we learned Morse code. We learned all the HF radios.
Do you still know it?
No. Unfortunately not. Yeah. And we had to get to, I think it was, I forget what the nomenclature was, but it was like 5 groups a minute, send and receive. There was something like that.
Yeah.
But that really set myself and GIF up, because we did really well in the class. And actually, that chief that ran the course called the Master Chief and said, "Hey, these 2 freaking new guys that you sent out, they kicked ass. They were the top pair coming out of the field." He really set us up, and so gave us a good rep. And then what that actually did was very lucky, because because of that, I got made the primary radio man in my first platoon.
Oh, wow.
Which is
rare.
Very rare.
Yeah.
And so then when you're all of a sudden the primary radio guy, now you're sitting in all the planning meetings, you're, helping with you are coming up with the CEOI, but you're sitting there with the officer talking about comms windows and what the comms plan is going to be and what the close air support is going to be and how you're going to communicate with your QRF vehicles, like all those things you're doing. So I was doing that as a young guy, and it was very, very lucky for me to be able to do that. And I had another new guy that was like my secondary who hadn't been to the comm school. So now I'm like responsible for teaching him comms, and so that set me up in a good way to really have a lot of pressure put on me and be able to learn a lot in that first platoon.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And again, so rare. I think radioman is kind of one of those voluntold positions.
Oh, yeah, it usually is.
Generally speaking. Kind of similar. So I went through IS school, Intel specialist, and as a fucking 19-year-old was the primary Intel rep of the platoon, which was pretty rare. Similarly, and there was a lot of pressure associated with that,
for sure.
Which was, I think, good for me. But at that point, kind of a standard workup, like 12 to 18 months, and then fleet X's, and then
Yeah,
deploy?
it was a little shorter than that for a fortnight. I forget what the reason was, but it was a little bit of a shortened workup. And then we went on deployment. Our deployment was to Guam. You know, we showed up there. I thought we were going to Nam. You know what I mean? And we showed up there. We did a cool like recall OTB live fire DA at some site there in Guam right when we showed up. So that was pretty cool. And then we got done with that. And then we were kind of a couple days later, you know, we went to the range, we shot. Then a couple days later, you know, we're kind of getting in the groove of deployment. And then we get like another recall. We had beepers, you know, and so we get the recall and we, you know, all rush back into the platoon space and we get in there and our LPO comes in and he's like, hey, we left the range dirty and they recalled us to go clean up the range. And I was like, oh no.
The balloon went up.
Yeah. So that was kind of the messaging on the first platoon. Like, I guess, awesome. You know, and, you know, luckily we had some great guys in there that did their best to teach us, you know, and taught us a bunch of stuff. Yeah. And, you know, one of the things I took away from that was, my LPO in that platoon would say, always go out. And, you know, what he actually technically meant was always go out like and drink and party. But I also took it to mean like always go out. If there's an opportunity to go out, if there's something going on, you know, always go. Always put your hand up and go. And that's what I did. And that kind of set a good habit for me of like, if there's an opportunity to go do something, if there's a school, if there's a trip, just raise your hand and go. Because what are you going to do if you're not doing that?
Yeah. So the opposite of the standard never again volunteer yourself Navy acronym that most people learn.
Yeah, it is. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
The opposite was always go out.
Yeah. In that first platoon, were there any like textbook welcome to the SEAL team hazings that you got?
Yeah.
Anything like out of the ordinary, or just taped up?
Taped up, put in the dip tank, you know, zip tied.
Any Tabasco on the nuts? Did they do that?
No. One thing that was funny was the old platoon spaces, they had like a little curtain that separated the sides, you know? And so my platoon chief and my OIC, I get called in to do a debrief with them or get counseling, you know, on how I'm doing and stuff like that. So I've got my back to the curtain.
Standard.
And they start asking me questions. And then at some juncture, you know, they say, well, you know, I forget what the setup question was, but you know, as soon as I open my mouth to answer it, the curtain springs open and I get grabbed. And so, got the welcome aboard stuff. And it was all in good fun. It was all meant to build camaraderie. It was all meant and to unify the platoon. There was a level of, hey, if you do something stupid, you're going to get your ass kicked. And it doesn't matter how tough you are because there's 15 other guys that will kick your ass. So don't do anything stupid. Don't make the platoon look bad. Don't forget gear. Don't show up late. Like all those basic things were enforced by physical threats of violence. And again, that sounds real terrible, but they weren't terrible. It was good-hearted, fun type of interaction between guys in the platoon. Yeah. In fact, if you didn't get that type of treatment, there was probably something wrong with you. And when I would see that happen, it usually meant the guy wasn't going to be in the SEAL teams for very long because he wasn't part of the platoon. Yeah. So there's been, you know, hazing incidents where it gets stupid. Like there's where it's totally out of control, where you have people that are either stupid or sadistic, and then it just becomes a terror, and it doesn't build unity. So I think there's been a huge backlash against hazing. It doesn't really happen anymore. I mean, when I was on a ship on an ARG platoon and went across the equator, and they hazed the living shit out of us. Navy authorized, you know, it was a massive shellback, golden shellback. Yeah. And did you do that?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, so that was just a massive hazing thing. And then I did it later when I was one of the hazing guys. So, but that was all blessed by the Navy. I don't know what they do with that anymore.
Probably nothing. I mean, it's I agree. I think, you know, there's a fine line between productive and counterproductive as far as hazing goes. I do think like corporate America could actually take a pretty good lesson I mean, I don't know if you ever advocate for that in Echelon Front, but I think I'd get behind it. I think it'd be fucking awesome if you're like, you know what you guys should do? We're going to tape each other up as an exercise. Whoever fucks up first.
It was a good solid first platoon. Just a good solid first platoon.
Yeah.
It wasn't, some platoons are disasters, some platoons are epic. My first platoon was a good solid platoon with some good mugs in it. They did a good job of kind of instilling in myself and my other fellow new guys, kind of like, okay, this is the teams.
Yeah. Strong chief, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he was a solid guy, he's just a solid, like I said, just a solid LPO, solid OIC, solid, just solid dude, just good guys, all good, raised us right.
Yeah. That's awesome. And, in Guam, that's where your first exposure to jiu-jitsu happened, right?
Yes, it is.
Who was that?
Steve Bailey.
Steve Bailey. I don't.
Okay, so he's a Master Chief, bit of a legend of a Master Chief, Steve Bailey, and he was like he had trained with the Gracies in the Gracie Garage up in Torrance. He was probably like a mid-level white belt.
Oh, wow.
But when you were a mid-level white belt in 1992,
bro,
you were God.
Yeah.
And so he came to our platoon space, asked, hey, who here wants to learn how to fight? And I raised my hand. They don't always go out. So I raised my hand with a couple other new guys. And I thought to myself, what's this skinny old guy going to teach me? Because he was old, dude. He was at least like probably 38. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
super old.
Yeah. And I'm like, what's this guy going to teach me? And sure enough, and like I said, because I got in a lot of fights when I was a kid. Like I grew up in the hardcore scene. Like we did a lot of fighting. And so now what's this guy to teach me? So he would literally submitted. I think there was probably 5 of us there on that first day.
Yeah.
He probably submitted us every 30 seconds, for half an hour, and then said, you guys want to learn some stuff? And we're like, yes. And that was the introduction to jiu-jitsu.
Man, so in 92, I mean, I assume you trained as much as you could for the rest of that deployment.
Yeah, we trained I probably got about 3 months worth of training in there, between trips and whatnot.
Yeah. So then when you come back, in 92, I don't know of any jiu-jitsu. Were there any jiu-jitsu places here?
So I got home in 93. When I watched the first UFC, no one knew about jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
And I did. Like myself and like Jeff Higgs and a couple of the other SEALs that were there, we knew. Like if I could have put money, I would have bet my house that this jiu-jitsu guy, this Royce Gracie guy, like that guy's going to win. Watch this. Yeah. And unfortunately, I didn't know how to bet money at the time, but there was a couple jiu-jitsu places, but I didn't find Fabio Santos for another couple of years.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And that was the first kind of
first formal training was Jeff Higgs had found him.
Okay.
And then we were in different platoons. We were doing different things. And he showed up at my house one day in Coronado. And he's like, hey, do you want to train? And I was like, yeah. And so we walked across the street into the park. Is actually the high school football field or whatever. And so we start training. And now he had been training for like 2 years.
Oh, wow.
And he had been training hard for 2 years. And so he just wrecked me no factor.
Yeah.
And I said, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm training at this place right here. He showed it to me. It was Fabio Santos, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Wow. He
gave me the address. I drove down there the next day. I walked in. I said, yeah, I want to sign up for unlimited classes. And they're like, do you want to try it? And I'm like, nope. I want to sign up for unlimited classes, $165 a month.
Wow.
And that's exactly what I did. And then I started training and I never stopped after that.
That's quite a bit money-wise back then.
It was, but that's, so the UFC had come out. Jiu-jitsu was very, very special at that time. Though you couldn't just learn it on YouTube. You couldn't learn it on Instagram. You couldn't learn it from, you had to get someone that was like, that actually knew, was connect. You actually had to have somebody that was connected to the Gracie family.
Yeah.
So like Fabio Santos was under Holes Gracie and got his black belt from Hickson Gracie. Other than that, you weren't going to learn from someone else.
Yeah.
You had to, that's all there was. And so I got very lucky and trained with Fabio like crazy, and Fabio was a great teacher.
Yeah. So at that point, and this is a few years later, were you in your second platoon or third platoon, or how many did you do at Team 1 that first kind of go around?
So I did 3 platoons. So my next platoon was an ARG platoon.
Okay.
And the reason I went in the ARG platoon was because the guys, I think it was Team 5, the guys in the ARG at Team 5 had gone into Somalia.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe it was guys in the MARG at Team 8 had gone into Somalia. But guys on a ship went to war. And I'm like, where do I sign up for the ship thing? Because if that's what we're doing, that's what we're doing. And so I literally, and that was another thing that was funny was myself and my crew of buddies were like, oh, all we want to do is go to war. So if the ship thing is what's going to war, put us on the ship.
Yeah.
And me and guys from that platoon all raised our hand, put us on that ship.
Yeah.
And we, sure enough, there was no one volunteering for ARGs.
Yeah.
And we were young and stupid. And so we went into that ARG platoon.
Yeah.
And that was the ARG Alpha platoon at SEAL Team 1, 1993 this was.
Okay.
So I still wasn't, even now, in that platoon, I still wasn't training jiu-jitsu yet.
Yeah.
Regularly. I knew like basic jiu-jitsu, but I didn't know jiu-jitsu. I knew the fundamental moves, which again at the time was a lot.
Yeah.
But it wasn't wasn't even close to what
I mean, at that point you had several months at least collectively.
Yep.
I mean, I assume even at that point, you were able to wrap platoon mates up fairly well and be successful against them.
It was very successful against,
There's no more hazing of Jocko at that point.
No, and plus you're in your second platoon now. Now the hazer, the hazy becomes the hazer.
Yeah. Did you do much of that? Or was it just kind of the standard?
Yes, but and I had, my crew of guys, my old running mate back then, we were definitely some, we were not, you did not want to mess up in our platoon.
Yeah.
We took being in the SEALs very seriously. We took being in a platoon very seriously. We took the job very seriously. You didn't want to be late. You didn't want to forget gear. You didn't want to do something stupid on a training op.
Yeah.
Like we took that stuff. It was my whole world. You know how it is, man.
Yeah.
It was my whole world. My whole world. I spent every single day, 24 hours a day. My roommate was a SEAL. He's my best friend, my running mate. What do we do on Saturdays? We went to the team. What do we do on Sundays? We went to the team. It's all we did. We went to the team. We worked out. We worked on our gear. That's all we did all the time. And when we weren't doing that, we were out drinking with the boys. Yeah. And so that's all we did. That was my whole life. That's the only thing I cared about. So if you came in there and you weren't serious about it, we had a problem.
Yeah.
We had a problem. But we also really wanted everyone to be good. Yeah. And we wanted to help everyone. We wanted everyone to be the best shot. We wanted everyone to be the best tactician. We wanted everyone to understand the radios and the dive gear. Like we were very proactive in trying to help the newer guys learn. And I mean, I still when I just talked about Thanksgiving, one of the new guys in that platoon was over at my house for Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
And so, these guys are my bros for life. And that was a great platoon. It was actually an interesting platoon. I wrote about it in the book, Leadership, Strategy, and Tactics. But we had an officer that had come from a different community in the Navy. So he was a lat transfer. He didn't have any experience, which isn't that big of a deal. That happens, that's fine. But he was unfortunately, he was pretty insecure, which made him kind of overcompensate with arrogance and ego. And we ended up having a mutiny against him.
No shit.
Yep. And we had a mutiny against him and got him fired.
Was the OIC on board?
This was the OIC.
Oh, okay.
What did I say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was, when you said just an officer, I assumed like AOIC or
It was the OIC.
Wow, man, that's fucking pirate shit right there.
Yeah, it was pirate activity. And actually, the funny thing is, when we originally went, we requested captain's mast.
Wow.
The E-Dogs requested captain's mast.
No way.
So we all go up there, and there's probably 10 of us standing at attention in the skipper's office. And he's like, what the hell's going on? And he went down the line, and we all, the officer's there, the OIC's arrogant. He doesn't listen to us. He doesn't take any input. And we got done with our complaints. And he goes, you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like a mutiny. We don't have mutinies in the Navy, and we're not going to have a mutiny at my SEAL team. You go get the shit figured out. And the guy was a respected commanding officer. And so we, roger that, sir. But then he started pulling the thread on, what was going on.
Yeah.
And he realized that guy needed to go. So he fired that guy and then brought in another guy who was like one of the most legendary SEALs at the time and a guy who's revered by everyone in the community.
Yeah.
He came in and took over as our OIC. And when that happened, it was just the best. Yeah. And that was probably the most pivotal moment or the pivotal thing that happened to me in my Navy career to go from, a guy that we have a mutiny against to this guy that everyone admires and loves and would follow anywhere.
Yeah.
And seeing that happen, and the guy that took over was a prior enlisted senior chief, bro.
Oh, wow.
So he had done everything.
Who was that? Can you say? Or
I in the book I call him Delta Charlie.
Oh, okay.
But he doesn't really like his name being used too much. But actually, belay my last. His name has been said before. Anyways, I know he likes to keep a low profile, but you'll know who he is. I'll tell you later. Everybody knows him. He's one of the most revered, loved guys.
Yeah.
And he took over, and just he's like a legendary guy, and super humble, super professional, awesome at everything. He'd been stationed at every SEAL team, every different type of team, and he was a plank owner at Dam Neck. He was UDT. He was just the best. But with all that experience, super humble, put us in charge of everything, let us run everything, just epic.
Yeah.
And it made our lives awesome. And so that was the first real kind of visibility that I had, first idea that I had of maybe becoming an officer, because this guy was a prior senior chief, and it just made our world awesome.
Yeah.
And so I said, at some point, maybe if I can, I'll make the world awesome for 16 guys in a SEAL platoon.
Man, that's super cool. During the kind of mutiny phase, was the AOIC on board, or was it just enlisted?
The AOIC, this was the whole thing was crazy. So the whole thing was crazy. My AOIC was a guy named Alton Lee Grizzard, and Grizz for short. Well, Grizz was, this whole platoon was awesome. And Grizz was this guy from the Naval Academy. He was a quarterback at the Naval Academy. Oh, cool. And he was a star quarterback at the Naval Academy. He broke a bunch of Roger Staubach's records. Damn. He was just a total stud. Nice, down-to-earth, friendly. His dad was an old Navy chief, then warrant officer. Yeah. Just a stud. Everybody loved this guy. And he ended up getting murdered. What? in the BOQ in Coronado.
Fuck, I remember hearing about that.
So it was 1993. He ends up getting murdered. And it was just like a total blow. You know, this guy was one of the boys. I was very, very close with him. And I mean, we all were, of course. And, you know, just totally terrible. So the OIC that was now, when the OIC took over, the new OIC took over, the AOIC had come in to replace Grizz. And like that guy, God bless him, great guy. I'm still friends with him today. Yeah. But like it was really hard shoes to step into. But, you know, obviously we weren't like mad at the guy.
Yeah.
But so he was kind of you know, kind of a little bit along for the ride because he hadn't been there for very long. Yeah. You know, so he's just going, oh, what the hell is going on here?
And the circumstances were some kind of like jealous ex-boyfriend thing or something like that.
So it was, it was like a jealous ex-boyfriend, and the guy showed up, killed Grizz, killed the girlfriend, and then killed himself.
Man, that's brutal.
It was freaking terrible. What a loss.
Yeah. But yeah, so he steps in and big shoes to fill and a little in over his head. So he was just kind of
he's just kind of just trying to get his bearings a little bit, and then all of a sudden we have a mutiny.
Man,
yeah.
Is there ever a parallel, or like how do you kind of reconcile that tactic in the corporate world, where, you know, at what point does it make sense to do something like that? Like, is there almost a checklist or a litmus before you do something? Do you ever recommend that's a possible course of action?
Yeah, man, if I write you a letter, you should listen to what I'm saying in the letter. Yeah. Because if you don't get on board with what I'm telling you in the letter, you're going to get fired.
Yeah.
That's so, you know, you do these escalations of counseling where it's like, hey, Mike, you know, hey, man, you got to start paying attention to what your platoon's saying to you. And you're like, yeah, you know, whatever. Like, hey, Mike, hey, listen, you really need to take input. Like your platoon chief, he knows a lot. And you're coming up with plans that you need to bounce them off at a minimum and get feedback. Yeah, but I see the big picture. You can see where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
So most of the time, eventually you can break through a person's ego and they go, yeah, you know what? You're right, dude. I need to chill out. I don't know everything. Yeah. My way is not the best way every single time. All right, cool. I got it. I'm sorry. Most of the time that happens. Occasionally, you have someone that is completely blind to their own ego and arrogance, and that's when there is not a solution to that. They're not going to correct themselves.
Yeah.
And you know, this is that's why I say when I was working in trade at, when we would fire a guy like from a leadership position, It would be because not because they didn't know how to shoot their gun, not because they didn't know how to freaking read a map. It's because they didn't listen to anyone. They were arrogant.
Yeah.
And if that's how you are, you're going to get people killed.
Yeah.
So,
excuse me. I guess even in that leadership role where you would, like from a corporate standpoint, is there a time where you would kind of, I don't know, walk people through how to negotiate or navigate that where their boss is fucked up and they're having to have a mutiny on him? Is that something you ever go through?
Yeah. So generally in those types of situations, I'll end up talking to the board of the company, right? And now you're talking to the board of the company and you start laying out the sequences that you've gone through with, in this case, the CEO.
Yeah.
Because if it's the COO who's arrogant, then you're talking to the CEO. But eventually you're saying, hey, here's what I have told this individual. Here's the reports that I've given him. Here's the feedback that I've given him. Here's the 360 eval that we ran so he could understand how everyone feels about him. Here's the direct letter that I wrote to him telling him that if he didn't change, he was going to get fired. And here's the next move that he made.
Yeah.
And they go, Roger that.
Yeah. So it's pretty easy
So
at that point.
You hope that people can be humbled. But there's a reason. And look, when you get to become the CEO of a big company, you're there because you have confidence. What you said earlier, like you don't take that job thinking, oh no, I think I'm going to fail. No, you're like, oh, I can handle this.
Yeah.
But you just can't let that get out of control.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be problematic.
Yeah. All right. So that platoon, super solid. That was the second one. Then the third one, anything, I guess, significant happened in the third platoon?
Well, there's one more thing about that second platoon. So we're in ARG platoon and we're off the coast of Camp Pendleton and we're doing a hydrographic reconnaissance and the waves are freaking huge. And, the Marine Corps is doing a landing and we're doing the hydrographic reconnaissance for the Marines. So it's freezing cold. It's an all-night evolution. The waves are huge. Guys getting washed up on the beach. Like it's just a nightmare. It's just a total gut check. We get the whole thing done. We get the hydro done. We get back in our Zodiacs. We drive back out to the freaking LPD. We go through the making of the chart and then go and call the boats in for the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps gets done. So it's been like 36 hours of straight work, 48 hours of straight work. We get back out to the ship after the Marines are on land and the Marines decide that they didn't like the way the landing went. Not on our part, but just on their part. They're like, hey, we sucked. We're doing it again. So the Marines leave the beach. They come back out and they reload and they're like, we're going to do this whole thing again. We sucked. We made too many mistakes. We didn't meet the standard. We're doing it again. Roger that. SEALs, you're going to do another hydrographic reconnaissance. Cool. Sea state's still crazy. We get back out there. Everyone's freezing cold. And we had just done the hydrographic reconnaissance, right? And for those of you that don't know what that means, you get in the water, and this is the old days, and you have a freaking piece of string with lead on the bottom of it with markings on how deep the water is, and you get in a big line and you measure how deep the water is, and in between measuring the water, you dive down and look for obstacles that might damage vessels that are coming into the beach.
Super efficient.
So we get in our boat pool and we're just about to like launch swimmers. And so there's the 18 guys in the freaking, all standing by. And we had just done it. We turned in the map, the chart to the Marines. They know what's on there. There's been no obstacles planted in the last 24 hours. And someone says, are we really going to do this again? And that platoon commander, the legendary platoon commander, he says, well, we don't have to. But would that be the right thing to do? And it was like no one said another word. Guys got their shit on, and we went and did the hydrographic reconnaissance. Man. But that right there was that's like the mark, the guide for me for the rest of my career. Is that the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And that's it. No one would ever know.
Yeah.
But are we frogmen? Are we really going to not do a hydrographic reconnaissance right now? Are we really going to turn in a map because it's going to be easier to do?
Yeah.
So that was a huge impact for me and always left a mark of, doesn't matter who's looking, not looking.
Yeah.
You do the right thing.
To me, it's remarkable that something so simple and such a short moment can have that kind of impact on other men's lives.
Yeah, and it was because it was a culmination of so much that I had seen from that guy.
Yeah.
You know, so many things that he did. You know, he was taking out the trash. He was giving us, you know, letting us plan stuff, letting us run operations. Just everything he did was just ultra squared away.
Yeah. To me, like in hearing that though, like just like the way you say it is super powerful, because to me, it's one of those, there's a lot of ways he could have said that, you know, and just in that kind of delivery, like, you know, because imagine the difference between saying, yeah, you fucking loser, we're going out there and doing it, and shut up and get your shit, like, but the way that he said that has such a different and much more profound impact.
And like you said, he didn't say, we are going to do it.
Yeah.
He literally gave it to us.
Yeah.
And he had spent enough time with us probably at that point to know that we were going to do the right thing. But yeah, it's everything about it. It was like the perfect delivery of the perfect message, and from the perfect leader that I always tried to emulate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. It reminds me, in a strange way, there was an interview with a divorce attorney. Maybe you've seen him on Soft White Underbelly. This guy, like, you know, he's spent decades going through, you know, people getting divorced is messy, et cetera, and has actually some pretty remarkable and brilliant kind of lessons and principles from, you know, ones that work versus ones that don't or whatever. But he mentions kind of the same thing. Like, I don't know why I'm making this parallel, but just jumped into my mind. But, you know, a woman saying, like, if you have a couple days of growth and you try to kiss her and she complains about it, you know, versus when you're freshly shorn and kisses you, and then, like, in a very seductive way grabs your face and says, God, I love when you have a shaved face. Like, just the, you know, the difference, you're saying the same thing, but the way that it comes across and how that other person receives it is completely different. You know, and to me, like, there's so many things in life that are that way. Like, the way that you say something can be the difference between somebody being resistant to it or somebody actually being motivated and inspired by how they say it, you know. So I think, to me, it just, you know, speaks volumes and kind of highlights the importance of that pregnant pause of thinking before you say something, and trying to make it resonate with your audience, whether it's one person or 1,000 people, in that same manner, you know, where it's super impactful that way. But man, what a cool story.
Yeah, that guy never raised his voice, never yelled at anybody. And dude, we were young idiot team guys. We did dumb shit. Yeah. And he would, you know, nod his head, Roger, all right, let's figure this one out.
Yeah. Speaking of stubble, even for charity, would you ever grow a beard, like, for charity?
It's not really my thing.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole point. Like, I don't think, have you ever had one?
No.
Never had one? I think it'd be cool to, like, if we could raise money for some charity.
After like a couple days, I find it very annoying.
Yeah.
You know, just
I think that's most people, but
hair and facial hair has never really been my thing.
And that's a policy within Echelon, right? Or is it not?
It's not really, but it's just sort of,
it's kind of what you do.
Seems like the way things go down.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right, so 3 platoons at Team 1. What did after that third one? I guess 1, did anything significant happen? And 2, is that where you really decided, hey, I want to take the officer route?
Yeah, so it's my 3rd platoon. Again, now I'm, you know, in my 3rd platoon, and you know what it's like now when you're in 3rd platoon, you actually are you're pretty decent at being a basic team guy at that point. You know, you're pretty squared away at that stuff. So you're doing, you know, you're definitely teaching a lot and sharing the stuff with the new guys and all that. And you know, we were probably too hard on our new guys in that platoon. By that point, we were definitely, like I said, we loved the teams. And now we're just more indoctrinated into the teams. You know, we're just more all day, every day. You know, the guy I talked about that I went through, so one guy, I went through BUDS with him, went through STT with him. I did 3 platoons with him, and we were roommates that whole time. So, like, and all we did was team guy shit. Yeah. So, you know, that's like, what did you do for Thanksgiving? Went to the team. What did you do for Christmas? Went to the team. Like, that's all we did.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, by the time we were in our 3rd platoon, you know, if you weren't doing what you should be doing, and you were told and warned, you know, we were a little too much in that platoon. You know, I talked to those guys. Again, these are guys all became my friends, and I talk to them now, and they're all thankful.
Yeah.
You know, they're all like, man, you know, I'm so glad we were in that platoon. But they'll also be like, at the time, like I was talking to one of those guys, and he's like, I just hated even going to work, which that's, I know is too much, right?
Yeah.
One of the guys was like, I hated going to work. I didn't want to see you guys. And I was like, yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it to be like that, you know? So, but they're all, in saying that, would all be like, yeah, we were glad that we were raised hard.
Yeah. That's a trip. I mean, you know, it's always a happy medium with that, I guess. But did you, as those, I guess, relationships progressed, did that ever cause problems, like during that time or afterwards, or did everybody kind of get through it?
No, we're, you know, again, see these guys to this day. It's like, hey, what's up, bro? Of course, it's awesome.
Yeah. Where did you guys deploy on that one?
We did back-to-back ARGs.
Oh, okay.
So there was a crew of us that were together for those 3 platoons, and we did 1 platoon to Guam, and then we did back-to-back ARGs.
Was that before the Bosnia stuff or during? Or?
There was some Bosnia stuff going on, but there was some Bosnia stuff going on at this time, but we weren't. You know, we didn't do it.
Yeah.
We did like, I think we did a shipboarding in the Persian Gulf, even before everyone was doing shipboardings.
Yeah.
Because I ended up doing that later, so we did a shipboarding.
Like a oil embargo tanker.
No, it was like some distressed vessel that like we weren't sure if it was just a total scam.
Yeah. During those, like, so that 3rd platoon, like, you didn't even go home for Christmas?
I don't remember. I think we were deployed for that Christmas, but
gotcha.
you know, I was being a little sarcastic, you know, but like we were just really into the teams.
Yeah, super into.
You know.
When you got back from that 3rd deployment, is that when you decided to drop a package to go off?
Yeah, so we went into training cell at SEAL Team 1. This is before they had tradettes, and so I went into training cell at SEAL Team 1, and then I was just looking at what like my next move was going to be, and so I had a small window left on my age to put in an officer package. It was basically I was going to get 2 attempts to put in an officer package, and so I was, you know, again, going back to the leader that I had in my 2nd platoon and how awesome that was, and looking at his career and the things I learned from him. And I thought to myself, man, if I could make the world cool for 16 guys in a SEAL platoon, I'm going to try and do that. So that's what I did, put together a package. And for the Seaman Admiral program, which at the time was a lot. It was very different. They would take 50 people from the entire Navy. So it was very, very competitive. And I put in for it, and I didn't get it. So then I was in training cell at SEAL Team 1, and, you know, I worked hard and put in another package. And I was Sailor of the Year that year at SEAL Team 1, which was like a big deal because I was still in E5. So being an E5 Sailor of the Year was like it was not very common. Yeah. And so that, along with, you know, a bunch of really kick-ass recommendations, I got picked up the 2nd time for the Seaman Admiral program. Oh, yeah, and the first time I got picked up, now that I remember, I was an alternate.
Oh, really?
So the first time when I didn't get selected, I was an alternate, but they didn't, no alternates got taken, or 1 alternate got taken, or whatever. I didn't go. Yeah. So, and one of the guys on the board wrote a note to my commanding officer and said, make sure this guy applies again. Oh, so I had a good feeling about it going into it. Yeah. But yeah, it was 50 people out of the whole Navy, and it was freaking really an honor to be selected for that. Yeah. And I was super stoked, because then it was crazy. I was an E5 at SEAL Team 1. I went to OCS for 13 weeks, and then I was an ensign. No college. Went to SEAL Team 2.
Really?
Yep.
Fuck, I didn't realize
that's
how it
freaking
worked.
Awesome.
I mean, I guess I assumed that like they made you go through college to get that. There's none of that.
Yep, they changed it because they realized that it was like didn't make sense.
Yeah,
but it was awesome.
You slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, I slipped through the cracks, and they stopped doing it that way maybe like the following year.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah,
that's
super lucky.
I'm surprised they didn't pull you out and be like, you're gonna have to actually go through college.
They did.
Oh, really?
So I went to Team 2. Freaking awesome time at Team 2. You know, this is where I did a platoon with Drago at Team 2.
Yeah.
Had just kick-ass bunch of guys. When I first got there, I went to Germany. So I deployed to Germany and worked in ops there. I worked for the commanding officer there. his master chief was the chief in my second platoon.
Oh, wow.
So when I show up, it's like, oh, we're good. Matter of fact, there's a funny story. So the master chief, the commanding officer was requesting ops support.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, we need someone over here. We need one of the teams to send us a guy. Send us a JO that can handle a bunch of list stuff. And so I get to team 2 and they're like, hey, they need a guy overseas. And I'm like, send me. So they put my name on a list and they send over, hey, we're sending you this guy, Ensign Willink. And they're sitting, I heard this story later. And so my platoon chief, who's now the command master chief, they're sitting in a meeting and they say, hey, we requested an officer from Virginia and they're sending us like an ensign. And he's like, what the hell? What the hell is an ensign going to be able to do? They're not going to be able to handle anything. This is bullshit. And yeah, what the hell is this? Ensign Willink. And the master chief is like, hold on, did you say Ensign Willink? And they're like, yeah. And he goes, oh, this is the guy we want. He goes, get him over here ASAP. And so sure enough, I went over there and as soon as I showed up, there was my old master chief who was a great friend of mine and who was a great platoon chief and who taught me a ton and there he was, the command master chief who had a great relationship with the commanding officer. Now I became the commanding officer's freaking go, we would go everywhere together and it was awesome.
That's a trip. So, at what point did the Seaman to Admiral program say, hey, actually, you have to go through college?
So I did that deployment to Germany, came home, did a workup and a deployment as an assistant platoon commander, got done with that, and then the Navy says, you got to go to college now.
That seems crazy.
It is crazy. They changed it.
At that point, it's like you've already done
it. And I tried to get out of it. I said, like, I'll go, when I'm 50 or whatever. I don't need to go now. And I tried to get out of it, but they were like, no, you're going.
So did you have to, like, hit the career pause button and go through college at full time?
So, in a way, yes. But luckily for me, I had already been through BUDS. I'd already been through SCT. So I went to college. And when I'm in college, the war kicks off. So when the war kicks off, of course, I call the detailer who was the guy that I was in Germany with. So he was like a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine to this day. Freaking great officer, great guy. I was like, sir, it's Jocko. Send me to a team right now. And two things. Number one, he told me years later, like, he goes, everyone called me. And I was like, yeah, Roger. I used to think I was like the guy that called. No, freaking every team guy that wasn't. Every team guy officer that wasn't at a team was calling, going, dude, send me to a team. Yeah. I was one of the many, of course. But what he did tell me was, he goes, don't worry, Jocko, this war is going to last a long time. And I didn't believe him, of course, but he was right. And so when I finished school, I was finishing school, I said, can you send me to a team that's deploying soon? He's like, yep. Because again, I worked my ass off for him. He trusted that I was going to do a good job. So he sent me to SEAL Team 7. Well, when I get to SEAL Team 7, the commanding officer there was my executive officer at SEAL Team 2, who I was like, the number one AOIC and all that's good friends with that guy. And so when I show up at SEAL Team 7, deployment's going on in like a few months, like 4 months from deployment. And I'm not in a platoon, of course, because I'm going to do ops or whatever. Well, one of the platoons had issues with their officer. And so the commanding officer fired that platoon commander, put me in charge of the platoon, and we went to Iraq.
Wow. Man, what a crazy journey. Where did you go to school and how long did it take?
University of San Diego, and I went for 3 years.
Wow.
So I went from 2000 to 2003.
Was that a huge adjustment? Going from a platoon or being an active duty SEAL to sitting in a college classroom?
Yeah, it is. I trained jiu-jitsu between 2 and 4 hours a day every day. I organized my class schedule around jiu-jitsu. So I would either do all morning classes and train in the afternoon, or I would do all afternoon classes and train in the morning.
Yeah.
Like I said, this was when a guy named Dean Lister was on his rise, and I was his main training partner. And so we just trained every day.
Wow.
And just wars every single day. And I did that 7 days a week. Yeah. And so, when I was in class, I was like, okay, I'll sit in this class. And, of course, I got competitive in class, and I didn't want the teachers to be able to ask me anything that I didn't know. So I studied my ass off. And, Got straight A's.
What classes or what degree did
I studied English.
English. Up until that point, I mean, from the time you first came into the Navy until you went to college, you'd mentioned going out, always go out. Did you subscribe? Like, did you drink and hang out with the guys at that point in your career, or
Yes.
like,
Yep.
so that it's not something that's foreign to you drinking?
Oh no. When I was a freaking maniac when I was a
Really?
young SEAL. Oh yeah.
I mean, I think that surprises me to hear that. I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of seem or come across like you just have always been kind of straight edge that way.
Yeah, no, I was a straight edge kid growing up, and then when I got in the teams, it's like, oh, okay,
This is what we do.
this is what we're doing, cool.
Yeah.
And I was not mature enough to look around and be like, oh yeah, this. It didn't make sense when you were a 15-year-old. To me, like, drinking seemed bad, but when I got in the teams, I said, okay, this is what we're doing. This is what a good frogman does. Cool,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
Was it like total rager?
Yeah, I was a maniac. Yeah, I was a maniac. Yeah, I was. I never got in trouble. I always had a sixth sense. I always had a little part of me that was like, you need to get everyone out of here now.
Really?
Or, you need to leave right now. Or don't go into that place. I always had a sixth sense. I never got in trouble. I'm trying to just confirm in my mind. Yeah, I never got in trouble.
Yeah.
But, I freaking had an amazing time, dude. You're the richest guy in the world.
Yeah.
You're 22 years old, 21 years old. You're the richest guy in the world. They're giving you money. And, your expenses are nothing. And your only responsibility is the team.
Yeah.
And so that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got after it. It's funny because like you're saying, like, so the guys that worked for me when I was a platoon commander, when I was a task unit commander, when I was a tradet. So that's like the last 10 years of my career. Right. But they missed the E5 Jocko. E5 Jocko was a wild, freaking crazy young team guy,
It's par for the course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the teams have changed now. I think, which is for the better. There's less of that culture.
Yeah.
Because it was definitely the culture. That culture was strong.
Yeah.
When I got it, and I'm sure it was still pretty strong when you got it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I came in 96, and I mean, that from 96 to 2000, or even until 9/11, really, that whole element of being in the SEAL teams was a big part of it.
Oh yeah.
It was like,
Yep.
It was just kind of how it had to go. I do wonder if now it's maybe overcorrected a little too far that way, because I do think that there's a certain not just camaraderie, but almost like if you can't be in combat, being drunk and out in town and navigating, especially if you're on a trip, you're fucking Shaw's on Beale Street or whatever, and there's 9 bouncers and 30 locals, and I do think that there is a component. Maybe that's not the best proving ground, but
I've gone further and further and further and further away from that whole thing, man. I'm over it now.
Yeah.
And I think the young guys, not just in the SEAL teams, but in the Marine Corps, I think they're more squared away now. I think if you want to test your ability to overcome obstacles, like what I see young guys doing now is they go and do other things. Instead of going out drinking, they'll go out and freaking go rock climbing. They'll go out on big, hikes. They'll go out and do jiu-jitsu. They'll train. So they're doing other things that I think build as much camaraderie as going out and getting drunk. And it actually makes you a better SEAL or a better Marine or a better soldier. So yeah, it took me a little while to transition away from that. But when I look back now, and what's I should have picked this up was the leader that I told you about, the legendary SEAL that I told you about, didn't drink.
Really? Ever?
Nope.
Wow. I mean, I've never been.
He didn't drink when he was a plank owner at Dam Neck.
Oh wow, that's almost unheard of.
And he still, he had an incredible reputation as a SEAL, and I didn't pick that up, and I wish I would have.
Yeah.
Would have saved me money. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I never really got into it. I mean, when I first turned 21 in a platoon, for a couple of months, I'd go out, fairly regularly with the guys, but that was really about it. I've never been much of a drinker, but I guess the one element of that environment, not even so much the alcohol, it's just the fact that you're out as a group. It's kind of an unknown. Now, granted, this is pre 9/11, where I think it maybe made more sense because there's not the proving ground for real. But it's like the closest thing you can kind of go through with your guys that's a total question mark? You know, it's not a training exercise. It's not, you know, whatever. And there's sometimes real things that happen that.
Yeah, I would say go on a river boating trip for 3 days with your boys down the
that's
river or something like that, or go do an alpine excursion on skis and get up to altitude, and, you know, do something productive that's going to make you a better soldier, sailor, airman, marine, or frogman.
Yeah, it makes good sense. All right, so you go through college, full 3 years of that. Sounds like the learning curve jiu-jitsu was probably the steepest.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it was freaking epic.
Yeah, and belt-wise, where were you at then versus?
I don't even know. So Dean was a brown belt when he won ADCC the first time.
Oh, wow.
And so we were, I don't even know. We took off the gi, around 2001 or so. We stopped training the gi a bunch. And so we weren't really concerned about belts. I didn't get my black. Eventually I got my black belt. It was in 2005. So I was probably purple brown at that time.
Yeah.
In fact, I was a purple belt, and then I got my brown belt, and then eventually my black belt.
Yeah. Do you subscribe to from a progression standpoint? I've heard Rogan kind of talk about, from white to purple is where it's by far the most, steep learning curve. But basically, once you get to purple, from purple to black, it's not that you don't learn, but it's kind of like your game is already fairly well established, and at that point it's just getting more experience and kind of refining things. Do you feel that same way?
Yeah, but there's whole categories of your game that you can open up that if there's areas of your game right now where what belt are you right now?
Purple.
Yeah, so you're purple. There's areas of your game where you're a black belt. I'm sure you have some choke that you're a black belt in, or some arm lock, or some sweep that you're a black belt in. And there's some areas of your game right now that you're a white belt in.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing with me. There's areas in my game where it's oh, wait a second, I'm a white belt. Maybe because I'm a black belt, maybe I'm a blue belt in that part of the game.
Yeah.
But even that, there's some weird new thing or some weird new position that I'm a white belt in.
Yeah.
And there's also maybe I have a couple more areas that I'm a black belt in. But you've always got to look how am I going to take these white belt areas and turn them into a blue belt, a purple belt, a brown belt, and a black belt.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do.
Yeah.
It's hard. There's a lot of moves, man.
Yeah.
There's an infinite amount of moves to try and become a black belt in.
Well, that, and it's when you start a workout, it's like doing burpees instead of the shit you like doing. It's the stuff that you suck at that's not fun to practice. Is there a favorite submission that you have?
Probably guillotine or Kimura.
Yeah. Is there I guess a way that you would classify your game strategy wise?
Probably counter-offensive.
Really? Can you, I guess, kind of briefly describe?
Just meaning I'm going to let you do what you're going to do, and then you're going to make a mistake, and I'm going to capitalize on it.
Okay. It's like Floyd Mayweather, counter puncher.
Yeah, I'm a counter puncher.
I know we're getting a little off track on the jiu-jitsu just because I'm a huge fan of it, and I know a lot of the listeners are, but has there been a person or maybe even a few people that, whether or not they're well known, or, somebody, whether it's the brothers that came and trained here fairly recently, or somebody that is fairly well known that you've underestimated the most? Has there, been somebody that stands out as surprising you with how capable they were, more than you were expecting?
No, man. I mean, you got guys like you mentioned, the Ruotolo brothers. I mean, they've been training since they were little kids. They're just awesome. They're dynamic. I get to train with a lot of people. I mean, Dean Lister, obviously I trained with him for so many years, and really was the grappling dummy for the evolution of leg locks.
Yeah. And
so I was very early in on all that stuff. But yeah, I don't underestimate anybody. These days you go and jump in with some random blue belt or purple belt that trains every day and is a savage. It's on.
Yeah. It's such an incredible sport. I mean, I know you've been, probably single-handedly the biggest, shift in the SEAL teams towards jiu-jitsu, I think, as a combatives, probably, by a landslide over anybody else. Is there anything that you have concerns-wise with, jiu-jitsu as a combatives tactic within the SEAL teams, like from a big picture strategy standpoint? Any holes in it?
Yeah. So one of the things, even as we were transitioning the combatives program, I never wanted to lock down any program. Like say, oh, we're going to do this certain jiu-jitsu combatives program, or we're going to do Muay Thai, or we're going to do, name it. What I wanted to instill was that, hey, everyone keep an open mind and keep training hard, and we'll evolve and we'll get better. And as, people start carrying different weapons, as people start wearing different uniforms, as the body armor changes, as the gear changes, we will evolve, which is what we're supposed to do as people in special operations. So the biggest thing when we were going through that transition wasn't like, hey, here's what we should be doing. Here's the specific program doctrine of what we should be doing. It's like, no, what we should be doing is training to fight all the time.
Yeah.
And that was always the most important thing to me.
Yeah.
So because jiu-jitsu, if you took sport jiu-jitsu, there's all kinds of things that aren't good for combatives. If you take boxing, if you take Muay Thai, anything, they all have certain things that are not good for combatives. And the way you figure that out is by doing combatives and making sure that you're continuing to train in a realistic manner that is going to be close to what your operational skills are going to be like as well.
Yeah. Do you cross train any striking, boxing, Muay Thai, and anything?
I did a lot when I was younger. So in those years, when I was training jiu-jitsu every day, and I trained boxing and Muay Thai.
Yeah.
And so I did a decent amount.
Yeah.
Because I was training MMA a lot too.
Yeah.
So, and then all the way up through the probably prior to 2010, I was still training MMA fighters and sparring MMA fighters. Yeah. So you're not sparring MMA fighters unless you know how to stand up, unless you know how to box and do Muay Thai and wrestle. So I did, and I've sparred a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
And I'm nothing special, but I did train a lot of it.
Yeah. At that time, did you ever consider competing in MMA?
I was a little bit late. So by the time I could have, the war was over for me, and now I'm going to be, okay, now I'll look at fighting. By now I was 40 years old, and the rest of the world was catching up. Yeah. There was a time where, not too many people knew jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
I could have done well in MMA because I was good at jiu-jitsu compared to people. But that time passed by.
Yeah.
And so I was a little old by the time the war was over. Because when the war started, that's really when I stopped competing a lot in jiu-jitsu because I wanted to go fight. I didn't want anything to do. I don't want to have any injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, I still trained hard, but I didn't compete after September 11th. I did a few more competitions after that, but I didn't compete much after September 11th.
Yeah. Do you see any value in the Dwayne Dieter system stuff that we kind of adopted prior to the 2000 or mid 2000s, I guess?
There was a couple drills that they would do with that stuff that I thought were a good drill. For instance, you go into a room and there's people in the room and you got to get control of the room. I think those kind of drills are good drills. The thing is we do that anyways.
Yeah.
But they would have a little bit more, they would have role players and stuff. So I thought that was good. But that was probably about the extent of it.
Yeah. I mean, looking back on it, because that was really the first intro to combatives within the SEAL community that I came across. It seems, frankly, kind of embarrassing, almost laughable. When I look at what they taught and what we did, there's a couple things that you could take from it, but by and large, it's man, what a fucking waste of time.
Yeah. It was interesting because very much like traditional martial arts, there was the idea that hey, if I hit you in this, pressure point, you're going to fall down.
Yeah.
And so when you get told, okay, when you hit someone with this pressure point, they're going to fall down. And then when I hit you in that pressure point, you're a role player, so you fall down. And it creates a false sense of security for me. And so a lot of the movements with that stuff was when you do this thing, the person's going to fall down. or the person's going to be incapacitated. And what we found out very quickly when the war started was it wasn't true.
Yeah.
For instance, a muzzle strike, right, which was one of the primary things being taught, was like, oh, if you strike someone in the face with the muzzle of your weapon, they're done, right? And if you've never been in a fight before, or if you imagine like, okay, if I stood here and said, hey, I'm going to take the muzzle of my weapon and I'm going to smash you in the face with it, and I tell you like that's going to put you down. If you've never done it before, you might be like, well, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Then you start doing it to people.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one of the big drawbacks to it was it did a lot of acute damage. So, a guy would go into a room, there'd be an unarmed individual in there. And in order to get control of that individual, they do a muzzle strike to the face. Well, just like boxing, how often does a boxer get knocked out?
Not very often.
Not very often. So how often does a muzzle strike knock someone out? Not very often. But what do they get? They get a massive laceration on their face. So and they're still not knocked out, which means you still don't have control over them. So now what do? You hit them again. So now they got 2 big lacerations on their face. So it didn't work. And as soon as we realized that, it was like, okay, we need to find something that is more effective. Well, luckily, there was not just me in the teams. There were other guys in the teams, that East Coast and West Coast, that had done significant amount of training, not just in jiu-jitsu, but in Muay Thai, in boxing, and in wrestling, to say, hey, if you want to get control of somebody that's unarmed, here are some really good ways to do it. And so it was a pretty smooth transition once we realized that you need to test things in a more realistic environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I love to see where it's gone. I mean, I see the guys kind of at the height of operational readiness now, and they're just, man, they're on such a different level with that stuff, most of them.
Yeah. Well, it's another thing was, one of the things that they would say about that program was it only takes 5 days. And, like you just laughed, right?
Yeah.
You don't get good at combatives in 5 days.
I don't think you get good at anything.
You really essentially don't get good at anything. But if I'm pitching you a program, and and Jocko, if I'm pitching you a program and say, hey, listen, I'm going to teach these people, Muay Thai, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and wrestling, both with their weapons and without their weapons, and really for them to become proficient at it, it's going to take them like 3 to 4 months of training where they can handle themselves, and then to really become proficient, it's going to take like a couple of years.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, thanks. And then someone else goes, hey, I've got a program I can teach them in 5 days. You think, well, let's just give them the 5-day program. That seems like a better deal. But it didn't work. It's non-functional.
6-minute abs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just do 5-minute abs. Yeah. And that was one of the things that, as this discussion was happening, because the East Coast, West Coast guys, we all got together and was like, hey, we need to redefine this program and use something that's more effective and more efficient. Yeah. And so like I presented it up the chain of command, ended up briefing it to the admiral. Hey, here's why this is inefficient. And that argument actually came up. I was like, well, the other one only takes 5 days. It's like, well, how good of a basketball player are you in 5 days if you've never played before?
Yeah.
You're not very good.
Anything else in the SEAL teams?
Yeah.
Like what else takes 5 days? Nothing.
Yeah. Although there is a correlation to like if you're going to become a shooter, like your shooting package can be 5 days, and you can take someone that's not a very good shot and turn them into a pretty good shot in 5 days.
Yeah.
Parachuting, like that's a fundamental. Like, okay, someone has never parachuted before, and they do the free fall school in 5 days. You can be flat, dumb, and happy. Like you can become for lack of a better word, like a basic proficient parachutist. But that line of reasoning simply does not apply to combatives.
Well, I think even with, say, shooting or parachuting, it's such a specific skill set.
Exactly.
And also like 5 days of parachuting, like, you can keep from burning in.
Yeah, you're flat, dumb, and happy in 5 days.
Yeah, but, do you have the experience to navigate any type of malfunction? No. Bad weather? No. So, and I think kind of similarly, I mean, because repetition is so important in most things, 5 days just isn't enough to do anything except give you false confidence and be just enough to be dangerous. But are you pretty familiar with the current combatives package, or is there one? I don't know anything about
it. It is like sort of a MMA, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, boxing based combatives. Yes.
And how long is that? Do you know?
They do it continually.
Oh, okay.
So that was to get back to my point earlier. When someone says, well, it takes, you're saying it takes months to become basically proficient in this stuff, and I said, yeah, but you're in the SEAL teams for 20 years.
Yeah.
And by the time you're in your second platoon, if you've done this stuff, by the time you go on deployment, if you've been training fairly regularly in your first platoon,
yeah,
and you get 6 months to 12 months of training under your belt, you're good.
Yeah.
You can handle.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to handle just about anybody you come across. And when I say handle, I mean you're going to walk into a room. You're going to enter a room. There's going to be an unarmed person in there that doesn't speak English. That's totally petrified. That's scared. That's not going to respond to anything that you say to them. And you have to get control of them. Yeah. And after a year of periodic training, again, this doesn't mean you're just focused on that for a year. No, it means like, oh, you're doing it for PT twice a week, 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Now you can go get control of that person, not hurt them, not leave any marks on them, have them totally healthy, be able to get control of them, subdue them, and bring them out to a vehicle, load them gently into a vehicle where they can go get questioned.
Gently.
Yeah. So as opposed to like, oh, here's the bloody mess of a person that I struck in the head, 14 times, who now has brain damage, which is a terrible outcome.
Yeah. It again, the I guess progression of where we've come, say, in the last 20 years or 25 years is pretty remarkable, I think. With a lot of things, but especially with combatives. All right, so you fill in for Team 7, I guess, going back to the career aspect.
Yep. And take over platoon of Team 7, yep.
Take over that platoon, you go right to Iraq. How was that? I mean, because you were a platoon commander there, and then when you were at 3, you were a task unit commander. Obviously, I'm assuming there was more intimate from an operational standpoint being the platoon commander at Team 7. Can you kind of walk us through that deployment and what the characterization of why you were going on deployment, like what was hey, here's what we're trying to accomplish while we're here?
Yeah, it was awesome. So this was 2003, and we replaced Team 5, and we were doing direct action capture kill missions based on various intel sources. We'd get the location of a bad guy and we'd go out and capture kill, and it was like just awesome. It was awesome. We were stationed with the Grom.
Oh yeah.
So it was us and the Grom living together. For a while, we were the only SEAL platoon in Iraq.
Oh wow.
So it was just my platoon in Iraq, and it was awesome. There was a platoon there for a little while, and then we took their place. And so it was for a spat of time, it was just us, and we were just get intel to hit targets, plan, go out, do the hit.
I mean, it's like textbook Vietnam style operating, obviously in the desert, but like it's the exact same stuff.
Yep. We had a couple team guy liaisons who were freaking outstanding that were working in the green zone with various other government agencies and various intel networks. And they would just like literally drive down Route Irish, roll into my compound and present targets, and we would put them up on the map, come up with a plan, and we go hit those targets.
Yeah.
It was freaking
textbook.
It was awesome. It was, at the time it was like, oh, this is the dream deployment to be able to do that. And the enemy was pretty disorganized at the time. They were kind of like just a bunch of thugs running around.
IEDs weren't a big problem.
IEDs were a minimal problem. They slowly started to escalate, but not as bad. We were running around in thin skin Humvees. Yeah. We took the doors off. We'd sit facing outboard, and we had a really good op tempo. We'd do a hit every day, 2 days. I think one time we did 3 or 4 hits in 24 hours. Oh wow. We did nighttime hits. We did daytime hits. Yeah.
Pretty epic.
It was freaking great.
Did any of the operations go wrong? Like did some of them or any of them go totally or not like you planned?
We got ambushed a few times. at the time, the way we were running our convoys and whatnot was as fast as we could go in our Humvees, totally blacked out, like nut to butt, like as close as we could drive. So when we'd get ambushed, like when we got ambushed, we would get, RPGs, but we had a couple RPGs go over our convoy. We had a couple hit behind our convoy. We'd get machine gun fire in the back of the convoy. I did have one guy get hit, but it was like a ricochet, and so went into his head, but it was like didn't penetrate his skull.
Oh, I got you.
So, and then like the operations, dude, it's 2:00 in the morning, and we stop, the vehicles a few blocks away, and no one knows we're coming, and we blast their door off the hinges. So those were good. So for the most part, and I'm about to get to tell you where things went awry, I guess from one perspective. So we're good at it, and we did it a lot, and we got into a really good pattern. But right before we came home on deployment, so during this deployment, just about the whole time we were not just coalition forces was targeting Muqtada al-Sadr. So as we targeted Muqtada al-Sadr, and again, I'm just using the we. It's not me. It was like the tier 1 guys are targeting, national forces are targeting, and there was this question of what would happen if we captured or killed Muqtada al-Sadr. And towards the end of our deployment, I guess they started to try and figure out what that looked like. And so we got tasked with going after one of Muqtada al-Sadr's top lieutenants. And we did. And the reason that I say the operation was great, we went down, it was like a 5-hour transit. We went down, we, did what we did, which was, again, like great, cool operations. We hit this target. We captured the guy. It was all eyes on, it was like really very, like high level clearance to execute this thing. And we catch this guy, we get back, and everything really started to escalate in Iraq because of that. So like the next day, I get up in the morning and like we're hearing gunfire and there's smoke on we could see wasn't Route Mobile. Like we could see it from our towers. There's smoke on Route Mobile. And we started looking at the SIGACs, and there was just a bunch of attacks. The guys in the conventional forces in Sadr City really got hit hard. So basically what I'm saying is strategically, we did this operation, and the outcome I think was a lot worse than what our leadership, and by our leadership I mean like the senior leadership in Washington D.C., I think it was a lot worse than what they expected. And it really turned it became much more of a organized insurgency and a much more violent insurgency at that point. And we ended up, that was, I forget how many more operations we did after that, but that was sort of that was right at the end of my deployment. Yeah. And so as we're going home, I'm thinking, man, what did we just, unleash? And yeah, it spiraled down from there.
Makes for a good turnover party. Team 1, you got it.
Yeah, Team 1 showed up, and actually the Marine Corps Det 1 Raider guys showed up, and we turned over with them. And yeah, we still didn't. I'm saying it with a little bit more knowledge, I thought, oh, wow, that really stirred up the hornet's nest. But what happens when a hornet's nest gets stirred up? They all come out, they buzz around, then they go back in, right? I didn't know that they were going to come out and start building more nests and really get aggressive, which is what happened. Yeah, it seemed like, hey, okay, it's going to be hot for a few days, but it wasn't. It really was the beginning of a big downward spiral that was going to continue until, for the next several years.
Yeah. Well, so that leads into you come back from Team 7. Did you go right over to Team 3 or?
So my commanding officer at SEAL Team 7, who, as I mentioned, was my XO at SEAL Team 2, so this is a guy that I have a great relationship with. He told me, he's like, I got one more thing I'm going to do as a commanding officer. And I was like, oh, what's that, sir? And he said, I'm going to make sure that you're the aide. You're the admiral's aide. So, of course, that's not the job anybody wants, to go be the admiral's aide. But that being said, it is, I don't know if the honor is the right word, but it is. It's an honor. So to be selected to be the admiral's aide, what do? They take a guy who has very recent battlefield experience, who has a lot of very recent battlefield experience, which I did, and they're going to take him and put him with the admiral so that the admiral has a direct, touch with what's happening on the front lines. And so, and it's great because all the things that you don't learn being at a SEAL team, which you should know, being in the military and being in the Navy and being in special operations and being in NSW, you don't learn those things at a SEAL team. Like, there's a whole nother world that happens.
Yeah.
And so it is also a way to educate a young SEAL officer that has, potential to learn and grow and become a leader in the community. Yeah. So it was, you don't volunteer for it, but when you get asked to do it, it's definitely something that I was honored to be able to do. And that was my next job was I go and become the admiral's aide for Admiral Joe McGuire, and showed up there. The first trip I went on, I forget what it was. I forget how many uniforms, but I wore khakis, I wore whites, I wore blues, dress blues, and I wore camis on one trip. And so, you enter a whole nother world. I'm used to, for the first 35 years I was in the teams, I didn't wear a shirt at work. You know what I mean? Like, and then all of a sudden here I am on one trip with like a suitcase filled with uniforms. But what you see is, I'm sitting in meetings with the Secretary of Defense. I'm sitting in meetings with the SOCOM commander. I'm sitting in meetings with the JSOC commander. I'm sitting, you're the AFSOC commander. I'm sitting in and learning and understanding. I'm listening to the Admiral talk to the Secretary of the Navy, talk to the Secretary of Defense. Like, it was a massive education in understanding the bigger picture in the entire war. Because I would go to the Pentagon and sit through briefings. There's nothing but flag and general officers in there, and the aides, right? The aides, us bros in the back are sitting there, but you get to learn so much and you get to see what's happening at a strategic level. And that also included, from the NSW perspective, when SEALs do something stupid, I got to see how that negatively impacted the SEAL community.
Like in terms of getting work and things like that.
Oh, in terms of getting work, in terms of getting funding, in terms of everything.
Everything, yeah.
So there was a platoon from Team 5, and somehow they had taken pictures, they had gotten shared on some website, and this big, huge news story comes out of, them, what are they doing? They're taking pictures of prisoners. Not allowed to do that. So they're, pointing a pistol at a prisoner's head. Well, it's like actually what they're doing is they've got a flashlight on their pistol, and the reason that they're holding this guy's head is because the insurgents don't like their pictures to be taken. So the guy's lighting his face up for a camera. Like, you got to explain those things. But what I saw was the intense scrutiny that the community comes under. And then also we watched the Abu Ghraib thing unfold. So as the Abu Ghraib thing unfolds, now I understand the strategic downfall of when frontline people make little tactical mistakes that don't seem like a big deal. Like, oh, you're going to haze these prisoners. Okay, well, that might not seem like a big deal until Al Jazeera uses those images to fuel an insurgency in a country. Yeah. Like, that's what happens. So I got a huge education there working at that level, and I was again, you go there begrudgingly because you don't want to have to wear a uniform every day. You don't want to have to sit in a bunch of meetings. You want to be out there shooting a machine gun, but you realize that there's a much bigger picture. There's much more strategic and operational things that you need to understand in order to be a good leader.
Yeah. Are those lessons that you learned in seeing that in that environment, the way that you communicate that to the guys once you're now a task unit commander? I can only imagine that because they didn't see that you would need to kind of super in-depth explain that to them. Like, was that something that you focused pretty heavy on so that they actually understood why?
Yeah. And like the classic example is like uniforms.
Yeah.
So I was from team 1. Yeah. That's like, oh, you're going to be squared away. But, no SEAL, well, I shouldn't say that. SEALs want to wear what they want to wear. And for me, basic example, like, if you go and work with the Army and the Marine Corps and you look like a bunch of banshees, they're not going to think that you're professional. If they don't think you're professional, they're not going to let you do operations inside their battle space. Period. End of story. Yeah. So task unit Bruiser, guess what? We're wearing the matching uniforms. Hey, are they inspection ready by Marine Corps standards? No, but at least everyone's wearing the same damn top and bottom, right? So those kind of things, and I would have to explain, like, listen, I know it's not a big deal to you. I know it's not a big deal. I know you want to wear your Metallica t-shirt underneath your freaking cami top. I know you want to wear your Cabela's hunting pants instead of your issued camis, but here's why we gotta look the same. Yeah. And actually even more, once we get to Ramadi on deployment, now it's like, if you look different, guess what the Mooj is wearing? Yeah. The Mooj is wearing mixed matched uniforms. The Mooj has beards. The Mooj, if you're not careful, you're gonna look like Mooj and you're gonna get shot. Yeah. So wearing the right uniform is the right thing to do. And the fact that, like, you have to do the right things, going back to what that platoon commander told me, it's like, you better make sure you're doing the right thing. Yeah. If you're not doing the right thing, there's going to be problems.
Yeah. In that same environment, going back to the Pentagon briefings with SecDef and seeing the kind of behind the curtain that is the machine of the Department of Defense, did anything surprise you or confirm your confidence in the Pentagon, in the war machine that is the United States? Were there any things that surprised you, good or bad?
I would say it's probably what people think the problems are accurate. So you've got this massive bureaucracy. You've got this military industrial complex. You've got some level of micromanagement that can take place, and all those things that you kind of would assume. And not only that you assume, but you also hear, like, the military industrial complex is a word for a reason. Yeah. The idea of micromanagement from the Pentagon is an idea for a reason. And so you would certainly see those things, and those things can be very problematic. There's the things that you hear now about the permanent Washington type things. Those things are real. Are they all bad? Nope. There's some good people that are doing their best job. Are some of it bad? Yep. Some of it's terrible. Yeah. So the Pentagon is a monstrous organization. There's, thousands and thousands, there's millions of people inside the Department of Defense. And it's a big monstrous thing. And yeah, it was definitely interesting to sit in meetings, and you could feel a lack of direction sometimes from senior leadership, which is very clear. There was a lack of direction in Iraq. Well, what is winning? Can someone tell me what is winning? I would be in meetings where you could see no one was asking that question, and no one was briefing that. There was no daily mantra of here's victory in Iraq. There was not that discussion. And eventually it turned into, how can we not lose? And that's not a good place to be in. So I think the hard questions that get asked now, and I think the group of governmental leadership that is, our generation, that's kind of moving in that direction right now, I think they're going to ask a lot harder questions than have been asked in the past.
And ideally, learn from those mistakes and not repeat them.
Absolutely, because having spent a lot of time reading about the Vietnam War and having talked to a lot of veterans that served in the Vietnam War, we did not learn what we should have learned, and that is absolutely inexcusable. Yeah. And the Vietnam War, when you start looking at the Vietnam War and what the American governmental leadership did to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines that fought their hearts out, is like, it's unforgivable.
Yeah.
And for us to not take those lessons and look back and apply those, it will be unforgivable if we continue, if we make those mistakes again. And by the way, we did make those mistakes in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah. So unforgivable.
Yeah. When you were in that environment, did that rattle any of your confidence or kind of impact your mentality now going as a task unit commander and going back into an environment where you had just spent several years seeing the kind of chaos and the who the fuck is running this thing? Like, how did that impact you going over and now leading troops in combat?
So there was that was one part of it. The other good thing was on my first deployment to Iraq, I did a bunch of operations. I did a bunch of DAs, bunch of direct action missions. Every guy's freaking dream, right?
Where you're actually doing it because you're
yeah. I'm saying like we did. I did a lot of those. Yeah. Like do what I want to do more. If you and I could go hit a target tonight, yeah, I'll go hit a target tonight.
Probably do it.
Of course, but we did a lot, right? So when I get to Ramadi in 2006, so going back to let me rewind 1 second more. We had put together a pretty awesome intel shop in 2003, 2004, because what I said, we were just getting all these targets. And so now we start assembling like, okay, who are these people connected to and how can we get their friends? And we end up with this wall in my tactical operations center. And I called it the Beautiful Mind Wall. Did you ever see the movie, The Beautiful Mind? So at the time, the movie was pretty new. And it was, this guy was putting all these pictures up on the wall and connecting all these dots. And so we built a wall like that, an actual wall that was probably 20 feet long, 7 feet tall, that had all of this target information on it, all the target packages, all who was connected to who. It was awesome. And we would, sure enough, every couple nights, grab one of those target packages off that wall and capture or kill that guy. And either put a green circle with a green line through it, that guy's gone now, he's been captured, or a red circle with a red line through it, that guy's dead. And it was pretty awesome to do. And so fast forward, now I go and I be the admiral's aide, spend time in the Pentagon, spend good time seeing the strategic picture. And now I go to Ramadi. It's been about 2.5 years. And when I show up there, the intel officer that was my intel officer is now the intel officer at another command. But I know her. She's, we have a good relationship. She was squared away. She's a squared away person, squared away intel officer. And the commanding officer at this other command, he's one of my friends too. And I show up in Ramadi and he's like, hey, let me show you what's going on. So I go down to his place and he starts kind of like telling me what's happening in Ramadi. And he goes, well, come meet my intel officer. And so I go, oh, hey, what's up? So I know her. And I walk into her intel shop and on her wall is a big, giant link diagram with all the bad guys that they're going after and how many they've captured and how many they've killed. And it's impressive, right? It's very cool. And I also realized that it's been 2.5 years. And this wall, even though some people have been eliminated, has just been repopulated and repopulated and repopulated and repopulated and repopulated over and over again. And by the way, it wasn't just this unit. Every unit in Iraq was doing this. Every unit in Iraq, Army, Navy, Coalition, Marines, everyone was going out capturing bad guys. That's what we were all doing. And yet you could see that it was just repopulating with different insurgents. And that was when I walked out of there, I thought to myself, we're going to lose. We're going to lose this war because this is an enemy that just keeps reappearing. And it's playing whack-a-mole. And I went back to my tactical operations center that night, and I had heard that there was a new counterinsurgency manual that was coming out, and I Googled it, and there was a draft version that I downloaded and sat there and read.
Open source?
Open source. And FM 24.3 or whatever, but counterinsurgency. And it was the one that General Petraeus had overseen the writing of, and his top colonels had come in and helped write this thing. And I read it. And I said, okay, this is what I need to enable and help happen. So that got the idea in my head of the main thing is, which is secure the populace. Like there's notes in there, or what it says is that the decisive terrain in the battle for an island is this mountaintop, or it's this airfield, or it's this beachhead. The decisive terrain in a counterinsurgency is the people. You have to win over the people. And so as I read that, I thought to myself, okay, this is the decisive terrain is the people, and we need to, what it says in the manual is secure the populace. Now, I immediately started talking with my commanding officer, like, hey, we got to secure the populace. And he was kind of like, yeah, well, okay. Kind of like, what are you even talking about?
Dial it back.
And then what happened was, about 3 weeks after we arrived, there was the people that had been on the ground in Ramadi, the 228, which is a National Guard unit out of Pennsylvania, freaking outstanding. But it was their time. They'd been there for 14 months. They'd done an incredible job. They'd made huge sacrifices. They kind of got control of the outskirts of the city. Well, a new group came in to take their place, and it was the 11 AD, which was the 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division. And they had come from Tal-Afar, which is in northern Iraq. And when they had showed up, when the 11 AD had showed up in Tal-Afar, they had turned over with H.R. McMaster. And what he had done is this thing, seize, clear, hold, and build, which is go out into the local neighborhoods, set up combat outposts, get control of the local populace, and secure them. And so the 11 AD came, and General McFarland, colonel at the time, decided he was going to enact this plan of seize, clear, hold, and build inside the city of Ramadi. And as I came to understand that plan, I recognized how we could support it, primarily by trying to keep the insurgents away or eliminate insurgents when they would attack combat outposts as they were being built in the city. And that's exactly what we did.
Was there any thought process to the fact that was open source, and that if anybody could download that there would be a way to combat it, or because it's not really a secret that we're, trying to secure the populace, and so even if insurgents know that, there's not really a way to
I don't know.
Because that seems
all of our manuals
are
on open
source. It seems like a misstep.
All of our manuals are open source.
Do you think they should be?
No.
Yeah.
But they all are.
Yeah.
I've covered half of them on the podcast, probably 3/4 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, infantry, platoon, and squad. That's open source. You can Google that and have it in 3 minutes. Everything.
Yeah. So once you read that, did that kind of give you a second wind, if you will, of saying, okay, now I know how this is how we win. This is our plan. This is what we're going to try to do. Yeah.
And again, not please don't get me in like I'm some strategic genius over here. I was like, I'm a knuckle dragger trying to put this thing together. But I realized that, it really made the connection that when General McFarland came down and had this idea, I was like, this is counterinsurgency, exactly what I read in that book, and we can help make this thing happen.
Was there any talk of that in the Pentagon or any of the big high-level briefings of Petraeus coming up with that and kind of like, hey, we're waiting for him to strategize how to win this thing?
So they used what happened in the success and victory in Ramadi. That was part of what they were able to use to say, we need to do the surge and do this throughout the rest of Iraq.
Oh, okay. I'm going back to the Pentagon stuff a few times just because I find it both fascinating and worrisome. As you kind of look back now, I mean, it's been a while since you were in that position. You've seen the progression of our country go through, different administrations, the withdrawal from Iraq, having years to kind of hindsight Iraq a little bit. Do you think that there is a fix for that, the problems that you saw within the Department of Defense, or is it just it's so big that there's only so much quality control and kind of right hand talking to the left that you can accomplish when you're talking about that many people?
Oh no, I think it can definitely be fixed, and I think we have a decent chance with the new administration coming in of them being able to, uproot some of the weeds and plant some fresh, good vegetables in there. Because, like, again, we got to remember the military and the Pentagon. Of course, there's patriotic, hardworking people that want nothing but the best for America and freedom, of course. And there's also people that are looking out for themselves and want to be part of this be part of a bureaucracy that will sustain them indefinitely and make money for them and their companies. So, yeah, I think it can definitely be fixed. And, when it comes to war fighting, it's just decentralized command, right? You give power to the folks on the front lines to make things happen, and they'll make it happen.
Yeah.
That's how ISIS was wiped out very quickly.
Yeah. Can you go into that?
Well, I mean,
or I guess
I wasn't there, but I mean, when ISIS reformulated and took Ramadi and took Mosul, the U.S. government, the U.S. military was given given the leeway to make moves to make things happen.
And that was basically Trump kind of down from the top allowed that to happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible actually. So the guy that I talked about, General Sean McFarland, who was the brigade commander in the Battle of Ramadi, he was also the guy that took the fight to ISIS, and he had a lot of free reign to make that happen. So because of that, they were able to eliminate ISIS very quickly. And also ISIS, got into convoys and flew flags from their vehicles, which if you're trying to fight the United States of America, that's not a good move.
That's awesome. From a top leadership standpoint of kind of what we've seen and say over the last 4 years with Millie and I'm trying to remember who's the other guy? Austin. To me, those guys seem like not the right guys for that job. I am encouraged. Similarly, it sounds like with you, like I am a fan of Hegseth. I'm curious to get your take on that role. It was kind of a surprise to me, but the more I think and thought about it, the more it seems like it makes sense. But I'm curious to get your take on specific to military leadership at that level. Do you think guys like that are the right people for the job? If you were in that position, or who do you think would do the best job for a position like that? What kind of person succeeds there?
So there's an unknown factor that I'll talk about when I look at some of these senior leaders, and this is something that I garnered from reading and studying a lot about the Vietnam War, and that is there's a certain level of when people are playing the game, because if they don't play the game, they're going to be removed and they will lose all influence that they might have had. So for instance, let's say you work for me and I'm like, hey, I want everyone to wear yellow t-shirts. And, if people don't wear yellow t-shirts, I'm going to court-martial them. And you go, okay, listen, hey guys, Jocko wants us to wear yellow t-shirts. Like, I know it's a pain, but if we don't put these yellow t-shirts on, like, he's going to start court-martialing people. I don't want anyone to get in trouble. So we're doing it. Now, from the outside, here's Mike reinforcing Jocko's terrible plan. When in reality, if you go, hey, Jocko, we're not doing that, I go, cool, Mike, you're fired. Fred, make everyone wear yellow t-shirts. Fred goes, yes, sir, and does what I tell him to do, and now there's no buffer between the troops. I can't tell sometimes how much of a person's behavior is them trying to play the game and maintain some level of influence over the boss, and how much of it is them actually believing what they're saying.
Yeah.
Because to me, because when it comes down to it, like, it's very straightforward answers, right? What is the Department of Defense for? To fight and win wars. Like, that's what we're to fight and win wars. Do you want to throw deter in there? Cool. We'll deter them too. But how do you deter? By fighting and winning, being prepared to fight and win. So whenever I hear senior leadership talking about things that don't have much to do with fight and win wars, I am suspect. I would have to get him on a lie detector to have him say, hey, you know what? Actually, I went to the boss behind the scenes and I told him that these yellow t-shirts are a bad idea. And he actually explained to me that the reason he's doing this is because there's going to be a blue t-shirt dye, and he doesn't want the enemy to know that there's going to be that we ran out of blue t-shirt dye. So he's shifting us to yellow now, so that the way the enemy doesn't know. And I go, oh, okay. You see what I'm saying? All of a sudden, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what we see on the surface, you go, what are they doing? Now, at a certain point, I start to doubt that they're just playing the game, and it starts to seem like maybe they believe some of the stuff that they're imposing on the troops, and the things that they're imposing on the troops no longer has anything to do with fighting and winning wars. It has to do with other things that don't matter.
Yeah.
So when you ask me about Hegseth, I think he's a guy. We need change. We need change. You know what that means? You bring in a change agent. In my opinion, from what I know about Pete Hegseth, I know him. I've met him. I've talked to him. I understand. I know his history of serving. I think he's going to be a change agent.
Yeah,
and I support that.
Yeah, for me, I agree. When it comes to guys like Austin and Millie, if it's little things, uniforms or shit that doesn't really matter, it's just annoying. Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. To me, and where I'm glad you said, at some point, because to me, the withdraw is that point. To say
there's other points, yes, but the withdrawal is a huge.
But for sure, it's like you could have resigned. If it's me, that's not even a tough decision. Like, my fucking letter is on your desk. Like, if you're not doing it this way, I'm not being part of this. Like, to kind of die on that hill of like, well, no, it's it's out of our hand. Just enforcing policy, and we're just doing what we were told. You're not the guy that says that. Inexcusable
and unacceptable.
Yeah.
So the one of the main reasons that I have this whole idea in my head is I mentioned my favorite quote, which is "No fucking slack" by David Hackworth. Well, David Hackworth was one of the most decorated soldiers in history. He fought in the Korean War. He fought in Vietnam. He spent 4 years in Vietnam. And he did 2 tours as a battalion commander, and he was the golden child. And towards the end of his last tour, he did an interview, and he said that if we don't change the way we're fighting this war, we're going to lose, basically. He said a bunch of other things. And because he said that, and he was a senior officer, they drummed him out of the Army, and he was blacklisted, and that was it. It was the end of his career. I sometimes look at that decision that he made and think, well, if he wouldn't have done that interview, maybe he would have become a brigade commander. Maybe he would have become in fact, he would have been a brigade commander. He would have been a division commander. He possibly could have, reached even more senior levels of leadership in the Army. And then could he have in fact changed things? We don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
And with all that being said, he had been in Vietnam for 4 years. He understood and had lost so many guys himself, and had seen so many what he calls American studs, maimed and killed, that he couldn't take it anymore. And that's why he did that interview. So I think your assessment is correct. And you said, you were glad I said at some point. Yes, at some point. And first of all, if you don't have the influence over your leadership to be able to tell them, hey, let me run this withdrawal. I got this. You guys, you talk to me in 30 days. You can say, thank you. I got this. And I'm the president. I go, Mike, you say you got it. I trust you. Go take care of it. And it's done. If I'm micromanaging you, and like you said, you execute it, there's no excuse. This is Napoleon said this. If you're ordered to do something and you execute it and it's wrong, and you know it's wrong, you're still culpable.
Yeah,
you're still culpable. So it's very, very sad to see. It's hard to get in their heads to understand like what they could be thinking. I mean, if you're the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, do you not, like, what else are you looking for?
Yeah.
Well, are you trying to make the next rank? There's no next rank.
Yeah, like, I don't get it. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Take care of your soldiers.
Yeah.
Take care of your Marines. Take care of your sailors. Take care of your airmen. That's what you should be focused on.
Yeah. From your perspective, I mean, when you say it's unforgivable, let's say hypothetically you become president tomorrow. How do you handle that? Is firing enough?
I that's where I'd start. You know, that's where I'd start. And it'd probably result, you know what? Here's what would be enough for me. What would be enough for me is putting principles of leadership and policy in that this kind of thing does not happen again. That to me, the past is the past, and sure, I'd fire those guys and you know, perhaps mete out some kind of, you know, other form of punitive actions. But what I would be more focused on is, what can we do as a nation? What can we do as a military organization, as a Department of Defense, to ensure that these mistakes, these terrible mistakes, these devastating mistakes never happen again?
Yeah. And that starts with just putting the right people in place. It
starts with putting the right people, the right policy, and the right leadership principles guiding people's actions.
Yeah. I think it's a great point, and I wish more people focused on that. It's like, you know, focus on the shit that you can control, which there aren't very many of those things, you know. I think it's a great answer. Going back to now, you have kind of the playbook of how to execute, you know, the big mish on as task unit Bruiser. I mean, the amount of operations and stories and books and just the epic nature of that whole deployment is one that I don't know that is rivaled, frankly. I mean, so many things happened, and it was such a progression during the Iraq War, and you were right in the middle of it. I know it's kind of impossible to synopsize what that deployment was like, but if you could kind of walk us through that and what it was like at the helm.
Yeah, it was a very violent kinetic battlefield. The insurgents, for the most part, controlled 2/3 of the city, meaning that they had control over those areas. You know, there was roads that if you drove down those roads, you'd hit 2, 3, 4, 5 IEDs in, you know, 300-400 meters. So the enemy had control over those territories, and the 1180, again, after the 228 under Colonel Gronsky, incredible soldiers, after they got that external area secured, it was McFarland and the 11AD made up of soldiers and Marines, 38 Marines and 38 Marines, 137, 135, first of the 506, just an incredible array of awesome battalions to go in there and take back that city. And so when we pushed in the city, it's actually interesting when I had General McFarland on my podcast, you know, people were asking me, like, hey, Jocko, you know, like, meaning my commanding officer, how are you killing all these people? Like, what is going on? Meaning the Siege Assault commander, like, hey, SEAL team commander, why is your task unit in Ramadi killing all these people? How is this happening? Well, McFarland was getting asked the same exact question by the MEF. Like, what is going on? And it's like, come and look. Come and see it. Because when you set up a combat outpost in downtown South Central Ramadi, the enemy is going to attack you. That's what's going to happen. And when the enemy attacks you, you are going to kill them. Yeah. And so that's what happened. And it happened, you know, we were putting in those combat outposts. Again, it was kind of interesting as I prepared for that podcast with Colonel McFarland. You know, you're putting together the dates, and it's one big blur of a deployment. But man, we were putting in combat outposts like every 3, 4, 5 days. So, and again, I say we, I mean this brigade, which we participated in various levels in different combat outposts. But one of these missions is like crazy. You have between 30 and 50 armor pieces. So like tanks and Bradleys. You have 200 12-foot tall concrete T-barriers that are going to get moved down on flatbed trucks and put in position in cranes. And then little Jersey barriers, 250 of those that are going to go out in front of those, and then concertina wire. We used to fill a sandbag to eat. So when you go to the chow hall, you'd fill a sandbag and put it on the back of a flatbed truck. Why? Because when we'd put it in a combat outpost, they would need 20 or 30,000 sandbags. So imagine everything I just said, and we're going to go build a combat outpost. Again, this is the 1-1 AD. We are going to go build this combat outpost, and we're going to do that every 4 days, 5 days. Think about just the logistics alone.
Yeah.
And then you think about this massive amount of combat power going into an enemy-controlled territory and doing this and executing it. And so, from the SEAL perspective, you're going to put a combat outpost on this. Take this little corner where there's 4 buildings. So, kind of synopsis. Platoon goes in. One of the 2 platoons or one element of 2 platoons goes in, secures the buildings at night, sets up overwatch position. Minesweepers come in, clear the roads. Now, SEALs have eyes on the roads. People come out putting IEDs, which they do. They called it reseeding IEDs. It was common TTP. They come out to put reseed IEDs. We kill 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Once those buildings are secure, mines have been swept, in come the Bradleys. This is me rolling in too. I'd usually roll in with the conventional forces, do the deconfliction. So now we come in with the conventional forces, link up with the SEALs. So now you've got a perimeter of Bradleys, you've got a perimeter of soldiers, and you've got a construction project that's underway. So now what are the SEALs going to do? Push out from there, maybe 300, 400 meters away. We had already pre-designated buildings. Take a building that has long access view down a road, a building that has, there's known enemy gathering areas. So when the enemy attacks, we have a decent idea, or at least a hypothesis of where they'll come from, or maybe a couple places that they'll come from. And in order to get from point A to point B, they're going to have to cross a road. We'd set up on that road. And so the enemy doesn't know we're there. And meanwhile, there's a big, giant construction project happening. And that is like that looks like a piece of steak to a pig, right? They're just hungry. And, and in fact, General McFarland, I never used this term until I read something that he wrote. He was like, it was bait. It was like bait. Having these combat outposts being built was like bait being out there. Now, it wasn't just bait because the combat outpost was going to stay there, but it would draw all these flies.
Yeah.
And so then as these flies would get drawn in, SEAL snipers and machine gunners set up in either 1 or 2 overwatch positions, kill over and over and over again.
Was the you say that they're going to be manned? Who's from a manpower standpoint? Yep. Who is maintaining the presence there once it's established? So
once the combat outpost was built, generally speaking, an Army company would take possession of that, a U.S. Army company or a Marine Corps company, and then they would be plussed up with some kind of an Iraqi element, whether it was a platoon or a company. Maybe a platoon plus would roll in, and so you'd have Iraqi soldiers there, and you'd have American coalition forces there. And now, once that combat outpost is established, go out and patrol the neighborhoods. Yeah. When you go out and patrol the neighborhoods, what do I mean that? You go out and you meet and greet with the local populace. And you go, hey, how's it going? What do you need? Where are the bad guys? Do you need medical care? Do you need food? Do you need water? Where are the bad guys? Do you need some medical help for your kid? Cool. Where are the bad guys? Do you need help, fuel for your generator? All right. Where are the bad guys? And as we did that, and again, we being this whole group, eventually they start telling you where the bad guys are.
Yeah.
And then it's direct action raids. And a lot of the bad guys would, quite frankly, we'd kill them or they'd leave.
Yeah. Was there a kind of a main talk that had almost a spider web board of where they were being put, where the next one's like, was it super strategic that way?
It was totally strategic. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like this one comes here first and then that,
Yep.
And all the way down.
All planned. Yeah. And there's it was freaking epic, it was in, brigade sand tables. So like there would be the entire floor, like a 30 by 30 foot sand table of Ramadi, of showing, all right, Marines are going to hold this road up here, and literally you'd have a company commander from 3-8 Marines be like, hey, here's what's happening over here. Here's what we're going to push into. And then, and here's the company commander from the Army that's saying, yep, while they're doing that, here's what we're going to be doing. And we'd go through entire, brigade size sand table rock drills. It was epic.
How do you determine, like when you're dirt diving the whole thing before this big operation starts, pinpointing where to put the outposts and which ones come first? Like how do you figure that out?
Look at the routes, and then quite honestly, we did recons. Like, and by we, now I'm talking about like SEAL Team 3 Task Unit Bruiser would do recons and go out and say, hey, we went and looked at this building. Here's what it looks like. Here's the surrounding terrain. And then the brigade and battalion could use that intelligence to determine where would be the best place. Or they would send out their own recon on once if we didn't have the manpower to do it.
Yeah.
Because, we only had 40 guys, so we couldn't go out all the time.
Yeah. Was it you, or was it a combination of you and several others that put that together of deciding where those outposts go, or was that coming down from the top?
Oh, that's the brigade commander. But, so General McFarland, just an outstanding leader. And, we'd be sitting there looking at the battle map. And, well, we got access over here. Here's a building. I mean, this is not rocket science. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody in the 11 AD would say that it's rocket science. It's hard ass work.
Yeah.
But, you could probably show a 15-year-old or a 13-year-old kid that's interested in military tactics and say, okay, we want to put some combat outposts in this city. Where do you think?
Yeah.
And if I sat down and showed you the map, if I showed you the map right now, you'd go, put one here. I'd be like, yep, that's Cop Falcon. Put one up here. Yep, that's Crap Firecracker. Put one over here. Yep, that's Eagle Nest. This is not rocket science.
I guess for me, the neat thing to hear about it is, so many deployments are hit or miss with leadership, even allowing you that kind of autonomy. And, I know, because I was in Iraq at the early, at the start of it. And one of our task unit commanders, it was kind of a mixed bag of, we had different leaders at different locations, and it's kind of a mess. But some were, very lenient and fucking leash is let off, and others were the exact opposite of that. To me, it's just, that's how it should be, kind of from the decentralized, methodology of whoever the higher ups that, have the tactical control of that environment is saying, hey, you guys figure it out. I think that's how it needs to be. Yep. It's just a lot of times it's not that way.
Yeah, just to be really clear, to your point, the city of Ramadi was chopped up and given to battalions who were controlling these certain areas of operation. And so the brigade commander would say, or the battalion commander would say, hey, I want to put a combat outpost. Can you give me the resources? And the brigade commander would say, either yes, I can, or hold on, give me 2 weeks. And then they'd say, yep, here's where I want to put it. Why do you want to put it there? Yep, makes sense, cool. And then go execute. Yeah. So there was a lot of, it was absolutely decentralized command. It was amazing to watch. It was amazing to be a part of. Yeah. And it was extremely effective.
Yeah. How many different commanders were in charge of Ramadi as a broken up? I mean, was it 3 or 4 or 5?
Oh, no, there was like, inside the city, I think there was probably 5 different battalions controlled the city itself and the immediate outskirts of the city. Am I getting that right? Something like that. 4 or 5, 137, 135, first of the 506, 3-8 Marines. So that's sort of like, those 4 were sort of like the downtown Ramadi area. And
ballpark people?
5,600.
5,000. Well, that's not even a ballpark.
And each one of those battalions had between 500 and 800 people. Maybe, and sometimes they even had up to like 1,000 or 1,100, depending on the other assets that got chopped to them. Yeah. Because again, like the brigade commander would say, "Oh, you're going to go build a combat outpost. Cool. I'm going to give you another company of men. It's another 200 guys to plus up your battalion for the next 3 weeks while you do this." Yeah. So he was moving those chess pieces around the board.
Yeah. Were you guys involved in all different areas of that, or were you attached to just one battalion commander?
Both. We put an element over on Eastern Ramadi, which was with the 1st of the 506, just outstanding soldiers. And then we had another group that was on Western Ramadi. So that was pretty much a Delta platoon on Eastern Ramadi with Seth Stone, and then Leif's platoon on Western Ramadi. And then they would, since Eastern Ramadi was pretty much the 1st of the 506, and it was very dangerous to go back and forth.
Yeah.
Like driving down that road, Route Michigan had an average of 7 to 10 roadside bombs on it a day, detonated. Man. So it wasn't like we were running like, hey, we're going to go do an op, send some guys over. We didn't do that. Those guys lived there. The Delta platoon guys lived there, and the Charlie platoon guys lived on Western at Camp Mark Lee, what eventually became Camp Mark Lee, and they would work with. So Leif covered more. You know, he would do stuff with 3.8. He would do stuff with 137. He would do stuff with 135. For Seth and the Delta guys, they were kind of pretty much married to the 1st of the 506, partially just because the tyranny of the road getting over there.
Yeah.
And we slowly built up that element over time.
Yeah.
It started off as just like 6 guys, 8 guys or something like that with Det Corregidor.
When you guys first got there were no outposts, right?
There was not really. There was OPs.
Okay.
So they had little OPs along Route Michigan.
Yeah.
OP Array, OP Hotel, OP VA. They had some OPs, but they weren't like heavily reinforced, and they were basically just on Route Michigan.
Okay. When you went into that intel tent and saw, holy shit, there's all this, combat outposts that need to be done. At the start of it,
again, just to make sure I'm not trying to sound like a tactical genius,
no.
I didn't make that assessment. I was like, damn, this sucks.
Yeah, but I guess just when you became aware of that, was it there's 37 combat outposts that we need to establish to what we think will take over Ramadi? Is that kind of how it went, and then you just ticked them off a list, or was it?
No, again, this was not me planning. This is the brigade as a team planning.
Yeah.
But it's honestly, it's cover and move. So if you set up a combat outpost, what supporting distance can I give you? How can we cover this whole road? Well, if I put a Bradley on one end and you put a Bradley on the other end, we could, and we're 1,000 yards apart. Cool. Maybe 1,500 yards. We want to make sure that we're not going to shoot each other. But what does it take to cover this area?
Okay.
And so when you start and what was interesting is about the size of your hand. On a certain size battle map, if you put your hand on the battle map, you would touch Americans.
Yeah.
So it ended up being they ended up all being between 500 and 1,000, maybe between 500 and 1,500 meters apart. But really it was more like 500 to 1,000 meters apart. Like you would get to another combat outpost, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Because it really made you feel like, worst case scenario, I can get back to this freaking combat outpost.
Yeah. And that was a 6-month deployment?
Yep.
In that 6 months, do you recall about how many combat outposts you guys were able to install across the city?
Yeah, again, it's and there's a little bit of semantics on what you'd call a combat outpost, but it ended up being like 10.
Yeah. How close, to put a percentage on all of the work that you guys collectively did in that 6 months to when Ramadi was completely taken back, what percentage do you think you guys collectively accomplished just while you guys were there?
So we left in October 21st is when I left of 2006. And they put another combat outpost up at Firecracker. But the big muscle movement had taken place. I think they might have done a couple more, but this is a very solemn time because the 1-1 AD got extended. So they were supposed to go home. I forget when they were supposed to go home, but they were supposed to go home, and they ended up getting extended like 3 months. And in that last 3 months, I mean, you're losing guys every day. So there was probably another 30 guys that were killed in the time that they were extended.
Yeah.
So the fighting, I don't know what percentage, but they lost probably in fact, I know they lost, I think 61 guys while we were there, and they lost another 30 to 35 after we left. Wow. So there was still, I guess if you wanted to break that down percentage, they probably had about another 30% of the fighting left. And it was very hard months. They had some very devastating days. Some of the worst days, one of their worst days for casualties took place after we left.
Yeah. But by the end of that 3 months, once you guys had left, at that point, though, Ramadi had, for the most part, been kind of taken back.
After when?
Like the 30 days after you guys left, like was that for the most part?
No. They still fought hard until January, February. Correct. I apologize if I'm wrong, but we left in October, November, December, very hard fighting. January it started to slow down, and then in like by February things were dramatically different.
Yeah. It was a tough several months or a tough, I'd say 9 months, that entire, process. I mean, you guys lost a few guys. I'll never forget, Mikey Mansour. I was an instructor when that happened, and he was also the first student that I had, put through training that had been killed in action. And, it was remarkable, the difference between losing fellow teammates. Not that he wasn't a fellow teammate. I mean, I never worked with him, but there was this weird almost, and I don't want to overstep, but almost like this paternal feeling of being an instructor and seeing one of your students now go over and lose his life. It just hit me very different. It almost, I can feel emotions stirring just talking about it, but going to that funeral and seeing so many of your guys there and just kind of the gravity of experiencing that was hard to put into words for me. Again, not having been there, not having worked with them, but just something about putting them through training and seeing that it just felt different. It started with, I think Mark Lee was the first. There were a few different losses on our end. Can you kind of just speak to that of what it's like being in a leadership role where you're making calls and obviously we're all grown men. We all make our own decisions, but kind of how that made you feel, how you dealt with it, how you rationalize it, how you move forward, how you communicate to the guys when stuff like that happens. It's got to be just an impossibly tough spot to be in.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, the 1-1 AD lost about 60 guys while we were there. Just while we were there, they ended up losing, I think, 94 total, including my guys. The 228 lost around the same number. I think their number was 97 or something like that. And so the reason I'm telling you this is because that means that there's a wounded and killed every day. At least someone wounded, and oftentimes someone killed. So when you are participating in those activities as the leader, I know that the time will come. You can do everything right. You can do everything right. You can do everything perfect, and you're still, roadside bomb doesn't care. Random mortar falling from the sky doesn't care. Sniper, there was enemy snipers over there. They killed Corporal Chris Leon from a rooftop. We spent so much time on rooftops, it was ridiculous. I was on rooftops all the time, and at any of those times, and we all would hear snaps going over your head. Was that the one? So when you're living in that environment as the leader, you know that the time is going to come. And that was the worst. The worst is if I wasn't going out, the knot in your stomach. It's more better to be out there because then you're thinking about things and it feels better. But you just have the knot. And by the way, we'd almost, there was most of the time I had guys in the field, whether it was a 6-man element, whether it was a 4-man element, whether it was a platoon doing a hit, whether it was we were all out there. Like there was a lot of times where guys in the field. So when you're going to memorial services on a very regular basis, that eventually your luck is going to run out. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, eventually you're going into enemy territory. There's enemy fighters everywhere. The enemy fighters are determined. They have no rules of engagement. And they eventually, yeah. So Mark got killed. He was the first SEAL killed in Iraq. He was a fucking stud. Yeah, just an incredible, like, gregarious, funny, positive, faithful, charismatic dude. And that's, when he got killed, like, obviously it hurt and destroyed the feeling of invincibility for us, but also, like, talking to the Army guys then and after, like, it hurt everybody because we were able to accomplish a lot. And it's interesting. Here's a different perspective. When you're on the battlefield and significant acts, SIG acts, are being reported, everybody hears them. So when NSWTU ran, which is us, or when, Red Bull, which is our call sign, when Red Bull 1-6 reports something, it gets sent out, like, back to the brigade. So there's a bunch of people that are listening to that. And so when you kill, one enemy fighter crossing Route Sunset at 200 meters, fired one round, resulting in one enemy fighter killed, RPG disabled. So everyone hears that. I mean, not immediately, but eventually, the platoon commander from some Army unit goes, "Hey, dude, the SEALs just whacked another guy. Hey, the SEALs just killed a guy. Hey, the SEALs just killed a guy putting in a mortar. Hey, the SEALs just killed a guy that put an IED in the road." So everyone, and by the way, we're hearing the same things. Like, we hear that when stuff happens, when they do that as well. So everyone's it's this kind of unifying thing that everyone's kind of getting the word. And again, I don't want to make it sound like everyone's hearing it over one radio call, but if you're my platoon chief and the Army hits an IED, 2 blocks over, and there's a big boom, and they say, "Hey, whatever, Alpha Platoon just hit an IED." You come and say, "Hey guys, hey boys, Army just hit an IED over on Route Sunset." See what I'm saying? So there's like a common knowledge. This idea that we're out there, like, operating alone is just, it wasn't true in Ramadi at all. Yeah. We were all operating with a common, in many cases on a common net. So when for months, what the Army and the Marine Corps hears is like, SEAL killed another guy, SEALs killed another guy, SEALs killed another guy, SEALs killed another guy, SEALs killed another guy. They're stoked, especially when it's like, oh, they lose a guy to an IED and then SEALs killed an IED in placer. Or they lose a guy to a mortar, SEALs killed a mortar guy. Like, and that's literally what would happen. So when Mark got killed, it's like, oh, the SEALs are not invincible. And we learned that, and everybody learned that. And so, interestingly, of course, in the SEAL teams, we have like a protocol, an administrative protocol of what you're going to do. If you lose somebody, here's the procedures that you follow. And you start following those procedures, but those procedures are just administrative. Interestingly, we didn't even have, like, you talk about World War II, you hear about replacements. It's a thing. There was no replacements. I bet when you were in, I bet you never talked about like platoon replacements for when we take casualties. Never talked about that. It wasn't a thing. And so what are we doing? That's one part of it. And then the other part is like what you mentioned, you know how many classes I got or how many of my senior leadership talked to me about what you do when you lose a guy in combat? No one. You know why? None of those guys had lost a guy in combat. Thank God. So it was a lot of figuring out what to do. A lot of it, you know, I will quite frankly stole from Colonel David Hackworth. I read About Face for probably had been reading it for about 5 straight years over and over again at this time. So what do you do when someone gets killed? All right, here's what we're going to do. And, you know, what we did was stood down for a couple days, sent him on his last flight home, did the memorial service, celebration of life, and then get the gear back on and go out and take the fight to the enemy. Then that's what we did. And the war doesn't stop. The enemy doesn't stop. The attacks aren't going to stop. There's still Marines and soldiers that are going to go out. They're still on the streets right now. And we got to get back out there.
It's a powerful thought process, or that's, you know, powerful just thinking about experiencing that and having to communicate those things to those guys. How was the reception from your guys when communicating that? Were any of them, you know, harder than others to kind of get back in the game? Did any of them want to seek retribution, kind of almost to a point where it was counterproductive, where it's like you're seeing red and the vengeance component is clouding your vision? Like, was there any of that, or did you have any struggles or issues, I guess, or was everybody pretty unified and getting their shit back on, being stoic and getting back out and getting after it?
Yeah, look, do people want to get retribution? Of course. The fact of the matter is, the best way to get retribution is get your gear back on and go do it. And that's what we did. That's what war is. I mean, it's, you fight and the enemy is going to come and they're not going to stop coming. And so, and they didn't. They didn't stop coming. And so, like I said, we're going to go back out. The what you have to do, like the rules of engagement, like there's just, that's what they are. And there's no, you can't not follow the rules of engagement. You have to do the right thing. And in Ramadi, it was like, if you didn't follow the rules of engagement, you would be arrested immediately. Like like I said, there's Iraqis in your unit with you. There's Iraqi civilians that you're out meeting with. There's tribal sheikhs that are meeting with the battalion commanders. There's tribal sheikhs meeting with the brigade commanders. There's Iraqi police. You have to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, you're doomed. I mean, that's just a non-starter.
Yeah. But did it change your guys' tactics at all? Like, did you pivot anything of what you were doing, or was it just fucking bad luck? And
we were always doing things a little bit different. And you take a risk somewhere, it opens up more risk somewhere else. Get rid of that risk, you open risk somewhere else. So being on rooftops, like I mentioned, like being on a rooftop, you have really good angles. You can see a lot. They can also see you. They can throw grenades on roofs. But you can cover a lot more ground, a lot more there's a lot less dead space.
Yeah.
So we're making those adjustments. Sometimes we'd insert in the day. Sometimes we'd insert at night. Sometimes we'd insert out of vehicles. Sometimes we'd foot patrol. Sometimes we'd use both. So all the lessons that we learned, that we were supposed to learn from our Vietnam forefathers, we did our best to continue to carry on those lessons learned and insert at different times, different buildings, different places, different numbers, different, sometimes use a loophole, sometimes use a window, sometimes use a mirror. We did everything, and we changed it all the time.
Yeah.
So did we change tactics? Yeah. Did we make any very specific changes after that operation? Not really.
Yeah.
Because we were changing all the time.
Yeah. So that, whether it was day or night or helo or foot patrol, all that was very intentionally mixed up as much as you could.
Other than helo.
Yeah.
Because we didn't use helos.
Oh, I got you.
There was no, we never used a helo.
Yeah. I'm assuming it would have been Mogadishu 2.0 on fucking steroids had you done that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I've never done an operation from a helicopter.
Really?
Yeah.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Probably not, but Chris Kyle, obviously a legend in his own right. Did you have any concept while it was taking place that that deployment for him would have turned into what it did, like the magnitude of it subsequently?
Not really. No, not. Of course. I mean, what are the chances that a book gets written and a movie gets made and all that stuff? The chances of that happening, I would never have predicted that in a million years. But for him to be doing what he's doing was very easy to predict.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, so now go back to the bait, and now you have the guy that's the lead sniper that's going to pick the position that he's going to sit in. So, there's 4 loopholes. One of them's got a view of the building next door, and you're basically looking to make sure no one walks up there with a grenade through a mirror, right? One of them can see, some back alley. And then one of them is staring down 1,000 meters with 2 big intersections on it.
Yeah.
Which one is Chris Kyle going to go to?
Yeah.
He's going to go in that one.
Yeah.
And the other thing about Chris is he's going to sit on that gun. And he's going to sit on that gun for 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. And that's an incredible amount of patience.
Yeah.
It's an incredible amount of patience.
Yeah.
And he had it.
Yeah. I guess that, during that deployment, did you start to realize how successful he was becoming at a certain point where like, holy shit, like this is an unheard of amount of confirmed sniper kills that he's, amassing during one deployment? Did that ever really enter your mind? Or?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely clocking it, but also, you go out, the sniper overwatch position goes out, they are reporting back over a 24-hour period, 1 kill. 6 hours later, another kill. 3 hours later, another kill. An hour later, 1 more kill. Then they extract. So that's 4 kills.
Yeah. They
come back. You're not really even, and it's like, oh, we got to do sworn shooter statements. Cool. 3 of them are Chris.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're not sitting there thinking about it to that level. But you also know, like the same thing, like JP Donnell was on the other side of Ramadi. And JP's the lead sniper. When you set up the long axis looking down Farouk Way, and there's 3 intersections that are going to be covered from 1 loophole, who's going to be sitting there?
Yeah.
JP Donnell.
Yeah.
And JP Donnell killed a lot. I forget his number, but that was, it's the same as if you were a 3-point shooter in a basketball game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you were the guy that had the awesome shot and we're going to feed you the ball so you can rack up the score.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to put you in the spot to win.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, it didn't strike me as this anomaly at the time. It was just, and by the way, a bunch of other snipers killed a bunch of other guys too. And so did machine gunners.
Yeah.
So, it was all kind of, I guess a good comparison would be basketball.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Jordan scored 33. Pippen scored 18.
Yeah.
And, whoever else, Rodman scored 4.
Yeah.
And there were some freaking A-dubs,
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Speaking of JP, I want to go off on a quick tangent. Has he ever given you a run for your money grappling?
Dude, I've been training a lot longer than JP.
Yeah.
And JP, first of all, that dude is like
He's a fucking gorilla.
He's a gorilla. Yeah. He's super strong. But I've been training for a long time.
Yeah.
I've been training for
the
a
short
long
answer
time.
is no.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to have JP sneak up and freaking put a rear naked choke on you? No, you're gonna die. Like he's a killer.
No thanks.
He's a beast.
Yeah. I mean, I love him. He lives in Dallas too, and we don't hang out as much as I would like to. But such a good dude.
If JP, because this is one of the biggest regrets of JP's life, is I don't like to impose things on my guys. In fact, I don't. But I do impose things when I was in the Navy. I would impose things on my officers.
Yeah.
And so one of the things I imposed on my officers is you will train with jiu-jitsu with me at 5 o'clock in the morning. And so sometimes the E-dogs, they were always invited, but I didn't impose it on them. And JP is like, I cannot believe I didn't train with you guys. Yeah. And he just, he didn't start training until later.
Yeah.
And it's a bummer because JP is insanely athletic dude.
Yeah.
And, he ended up fighting MMA. And, he would win just out of being JP. Yeah. And he's got actually, he grew up striking. He grew up doing Taekwondo, I think. And he's a very good striker.
Yeah.
And so he was, but yeah, he's bummed out that he didn't train as much. He didn't start training seriously until later.
Yeah, I can imagine. As that deployment wrapped up, at the very end is when, Mike Mansour lost his life. And, that was in the last few days of the deployment? Or last week or two? Yeah,
so it was September 29th, and as I mentioned, I went home October 21st. So if you do the math, we're doing turnover ops. It was definitely close to the end. And was that his last op? It could have been, might have been, might not have been. But yes, it was very close to the end.
Yeah. Can you give us the recollection from your perspective of when that happened?
Yeah, again, this is it was kind of another day in Ramadi. Had a couple overwatch positions out in South Central Ramadi. This was Seth Stone's guys, and they set up a couple mutually supporting overwatch positions, and in an area, supporting the 1st of 506 on the ground. Kentucky Jumper was the name of the operation, I believe. Operation Kentucky Jumper. And again, there's advantages to being rooftop and there's disadvantages to being rooftop. We did both. And people had thrown grenades on rooftops before. People had shot through loopholes before. Like it's very difficult to predict what the enemy's going to do. So the way they had that sniper overwatch position set up, there was some dead space, and a guy threw a grenade on the rooftop, and Mikey Mansour was on like a little outcropping of the rooftop. He could have dove away from it, and he probably was the only guy that could have dove away from it and not been impacted. But if he would have done that, he would have left his other guys to bear the brunt, and so instead he jumped on that grenade.
To me, it's such a, just if you were to classify selfless acts of courage, like I don't know how you top that. Again, I didn't know him really well when he was going through training. He was just another student. I mean, I remembered him, but not, never had a ton of interaction with him. But it was just at that time and kind of where the war was at, as tumultuous as it was and as violent as it was, and kind of where we were at as a nation, I think kind of all culminated a little bit for our community in a way that had an enormous impact on the entire community, I think. How was it for you when you heard about it and then kind of moving past it? Was it very similar to when Mark was killed, or was there any difference?
Well, actually it was, I was in the talk when that one happened. And so it was no factor to be in the talk and hear guys in a gunfight and hear my guys reporting to troops in contact. That was almost a daily In fact, it probably was a daily evolution. In fact, I'll tell you a quick, we were there and the CJSOTF commander came. This was pretty early in deployment. This is like within a maybe first month of deployment and maybe first 6 weeks of deployment. But the commander, the CJSOTF commander, Colonel Tovo, great guy, gave us great support, but he'd come down to assess what we were doing and look at what was happening. And I was briefing, what the battlefield was like, and I was explaining that the guys out in deck Corregidor, the guys, Seth Stone's guys, I said, they've been in enemy contact during their last 23 straight operations. And literally as I'm saying that, the TOC guys came into the briefing room and were like, hey, sir, just a heads up, deck core's in a tick right now. And I looked at General Tover and I said, well, make that 24 straight. So it was no alarming thing. And I didn't even stop briefing. Like, this is what we're doing. So on that particular one, you could hear an escalation, and then I heard the calls for the QRF, the Kazovac, and eventually lended some assistance on directing exactly what building the guys were in. And Leif and I talk about that because Leif was actually with me in the talk when that happened. And then, I got the call from the 1st of the 506 battalion commander, who's just an outstanding guy, just outstanding. And he told me that we had, that I had wounded guys. He gave me an update on the other guys and told me that they were going to be okay. And then he said, Mikey, he doesn't think Mikey's going to make it. And that's exactly what he said, because he called him Mikey, which was kind of shows you the connection that we as SEALs had with the units we were working with. That the battalion commander, who's got, I think he had 800 guys out there, maybe even more, but he knew Mikey. Said, I don't think Mikey's going to make it. They were doing CPR on him. I don't think he's going to make it. And so, and he didn't. And again, it was, we took the guys that Mikey saved were also wounded though. So we had to Kazovac and medevac those guys out of the country. And now, Stoner's guys were, they were definitely low on people now. And like you mentioned earlier, we were wrapping up deployment, but we weren't done yet. And again, what we had to do was get our gear back on and start doing turnover operations continue operations and then start doing turnover operations when the guys from Team 5 showed up. And you mentioned going to the funerals. Like, I didn't unfortunately get to go to the funerals of those two guys because we were still working. And the first of the 506 guys put on an incredible memorial service over at Corregidor. It was the guys from Habanilla, our teammates from Habanilla. Those guys drove out, which was awesome. Our sister task unit, they drove out when Mikey got killed, and it meant a lot to see those guys. And then, like I said, then we started doing turnover ops. I remember Seth needed to come see me about something, and this was probably like 2 days after Mikey got killed, and he told the battalion commander, hey sir, I gotta go meet with Jocko about some stuff, and the battalion commander he ordered up a section of tanks, and put Stoner in the tanks to drive him over to see me, just because I think he didn't want anything to happen. So they took care of us, those guys.
Man, that's hard to even wrap your mind around. I appreciate you sharing that. I know it's a tough thing to recount and recall, but to me the memory of those guys is so important. And I will say, it was an honor to be able to go to his service, and to this day I can't hear Say Hello to Heaven by Temple of the Dog without being transported right back to that moment, because they did like a picture collage during that song, and it's like, here we are decades later, and it's still the instant that song comes on, that's what I think about, and I doubt that'll ever change. But having gone through that and now, years later, I'm curious, in coming home, was the morale and kind of the overall vibe of the task unit, was it damaged? Was it solemn? Motivated to go back? Could you kind of wrap your arms around where guys were at, or was it kind of all over the place?
Well, I mean, there's obviously guys in different stages of their combat fatigue. You had guys like Tony Efrati that was like, can I stay longer? Yeah. I think a lot of us, if we could have stayed longer, would have stayed longer. And by the way, like the guys in the task unit, a story I tell a lot, and this is on the way to the main gate, on the way to leave Camp Ramadi, there's on the right-hand side as you're driving out to the main gate, there's a vehicle graveyard. And there's like between 75 and 100 destroyed vehicles that have been blown up and dragged back to Camp Ramadi and put in this vehicle graveyard. And every one of those is like 2, 3, 4 Americans wounded and or killed. And that's what you saw every time you drove out. And so everybody in the task unit did that drive over and over and over again, and got in their vehicles and mounted up and went into the city and fought night after night, day after day, week after week, month after month. And so where were they at mentally? I don't exactly know where they're at mentally, but I'll tell you this, they got in those vehicles and mounted up and went out over and over and over again. And every single one of those guys, every single time. So where were they at? They were where they needed to be. They were frogmen. Yeah. And same thing for the Marine Corps. Same thing for those Army guys. Same thing for the route clearance guys that did that going out. We were out there avoiding IEDs. They were going out there looking for them. So heroics every day from the boys.
Yeah.
So you're asking about when we got home. Guys were in various states. Some guys were hurt. Some guys were fired up. What they did at SEAL Team 3 was they took the task unit and they disassembled it and put everyone in different task units, which I think was a good move. It was just a beast, right? You just had a beast of combat experience, and they just took guys and split them up in a bunch of different task units. Some guys, obviously went to shore duty, but the bulk of guys, they split them up and put them in different task units so they could bring some of that experience to the whatever task unit they go into.
Yeah.
And, like you ask where guys are at. I mean, guys from task unit Bruiser, some of them are still in. Some of them are retired. A lot of them are retired. And, so that's kind of where that, I mean, a lot of those guys did full Navy careers and continue to fight on and do multiple deployments and, I mean, Stoner actually took over the task unit, and it was a funny conversation. Seemed like he wasn't sure what he was going to do next, and he was a very he didn't like the politics thing. And so he was thinking he was just going to get out, and he didn't have a plan though. He was just like, because he didn't think that far ahead, So he was just going to get out, and I was like, bro, just take over, be the task unit commander this time. And he was kind of like, no, then I got to, I don't want to have to put up with the Tradette guys again. And I was like, I'm going to be in charge of Tradette. And he's like, all right. He runs down and tells the XO he'll do it. And yeah, and so guys all pressed on, but then those guys went into Solder City next go round, and that was a hugely very heavy combat. It was a shorter period of time, but it was very intense combat, and those guys laid waste to the enemy and did an outstanding job. Yeah. So guys carried on in all directions and did great things.
Yeah. Is that deployment something that for you personally that you still think of every day or most days or often?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any looking back on it? I mean, because it's been a bit now that you've had some time to reflect and seeing the progression of what took place in Iraq with, subsequent administrations and pullouts and ISIS and do you ever look back on it and have any regrets of any decisions you made, how you handled anything? And B, how do you kind of reconcile the way that it was taken over by ISIS and kind of how we exited there?
So, yeah, what do I regret? Didn't bring all my guys home. Like, what do I regret? I did not bring home all my guys. That's, of course, I would do anything to be able to change that. Can't change it. Not only can you not change it, and this was a conversation that I had with Leif after Mark got killed, is we don't have a crystal ball. You don't know on any single time that you left the wire, you could lose 4 guys. You could lose 4 guys 80 meters outside the wire. And by the way, if you stay inside the wire, you can lose guys, because we got hit inside the wire. We had a mortar hit just outside of a berthing tent. Could have killed 4 guys easily. Could have killed 6 guys. We can't control everything. We mitigate what risk we can. The only way to not lose anybody would be to not go on deployment. And there's also, I don't know how much of this is for me is superstition or what, but sometimes they show it in the movies, and I feel that it's true of like the guy that's really thinks scared, and he's thinking about home, and he's thinking about his wife, and he's thinking about like all these things, and he's so nervous and scared that he doesn't take action. Like I think that can happen, and I think it can happen with units as well. Like if you're not being proactive and taking the fight to the enemy's going to take the fight to you. So when I look back at it, I am, like I said, I would do anything to bring my guys back, of course. But would I choose to not do our duty as military fighting men and as frogmen? No, I would not make that decision. I would choose to do what frogmen do. That's what I would choose. Yeah. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. And I can tell you right now, Mikey would choose that, Mark would choose that, and Ryan would choose that without question. All of them.
Yeah.
Now, as seeing the ISIS flag fly over Ramadi in 2014 was terrible. It was, it sickened my heart to watch that. When we got reports that hundreds of families were executed, families that had relationships with coalition forces. And actually, the number I heard was over 500 families of people that had relationships with coalition forces were executed, whole families. It was unbelievable that our leadership could be that reckless to allow this to happen. And it once again began to indicate that we do not learn lessons from the past, because that's exactly what happened. We decided politically we should pull out of Iraq. We left Iraq when there was still the embers of insurgency there, burning. And when we left, they turned into a blaze. Everyone on the ground knew that. Just like you hear about Afghanistan. Everyone on the ground in Afghanistan knew that if we left, the Taliban was going to clean house. And everybody knew that in Iraq, if you pull out right now, there's going to be, we didn't call it ISIS yet, but it was coming. We knew that the insurgents were going to reformulate and they were going to attack. And that's exactly what happened. It's blatant for every freaking Lance Corporal knew that was in Iraq or Afghanistan. And yet our leadership for some reason could not figure that out or didn't foresee that. So disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And I know that in Ramadi, like, we helped those people so much. They did not want these insurgents. They did not want to have their families abused, raped, murdered, and tortured. They did not want that. They wanted peace. They wanted prosperity. They wanted to, run their little market. They wanted to have schools for their kids. And we helped them build all those things. And then we walked away. We walked away in Vietnam too. So if you're going to fight, you better win.
When I look at, a lot of times people will say, if you're skeptical or critical, rather, I guess is the better term, of the pullout in Afghanistan or Iraq or Vietnam, a common question I've seen in comments or messages is, when has there been a pullout that was correct? And to me, World War II is about as textbook of this is how it needs to be done from start to finish. Really is that you only get involved when you really have to, or, it's an existential global crisis if you don't intervene. You send everybody over there until the fucking job is done, and it's the whole country's behind it. You do whatever it takes. You take the gloves off to whatever degree is necessary to finish, and then you fucking stay there until you don't need to stay there. Like, it's that simple. Like,
it is indeed.
Why did we know that then and then have fucked it up ever since? Like, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Like, why has our government gone backwards?
Yeah, it's arrogance. It just comes down to arrogance, what we talked about earlier with ego. And they look at some country and they go, "Oh, we can do this. Look at them. They don't have the technology we have. They don't have the fighting spirit that we have. They don't have whatever. Name it." And our government leadership will look at it and say, "Yeah, we can do this. We can win this." And okay, they're probably right. We can. But what is the sacrifice you're willing to make? And if you're not willing to make the sacrifice, you think you're going to have it's like getting in a bar fight, man. Get in a bar fight. You walk up to some guy, he's 140 pounds, and you're like, "Oh, I could probably kick this guy's ass." Yeah, you probably can. Probably can. That's cool. And then he sticks you, right? Then he pulls out a knife and stabs you. Or then his buddies jump on you. Like, you can definitely kick this guy's ass. He's 140 pounds, doesn't train. Or even just something as simple as he bites your face. And now you got hepatitis. And now you die. So, I tell you probably heard me say this stuff, like, don't get a bar fight. It's not worth it. There's too many things that can go wrong. Yeah. You can't predict them. If you show up 140 pounds, you never trained before, and you come into my jiu-jitsu academy and you challenge me to a fight, and I inspect to make sure you don't have any weapons with you, I'm going to win that fight. Actually, I'm probably going to win that fight 99.999% of times, if you haven't trained before and you weigh 140 pounds, if you're in the street, you're in a bar, and you're 140 pounds, there's so many unknowns I can't even begin to calculate. Now multiply that times infinity, and that's what war is.
Yeah.
So we're arrogant. Just like the arrogant, freaking tough guy that walks into the bar, sees a little guy and says, I'm going to kick this guy's ass. And then he gets his freaking femoral artery cut open and bleeds out in a minute and a half. That's what happens.
Do you see a parallel between where America is at currently and the fall of the Roman Empire in its last decades?
I hope not.
Yeah. There seems to be a lot of parallels.
Yeah, there are. There are parallels, that's for sure.
Yeah. From a hindsight standpoint, maybe it's not even productive to think, but I do think it warrants thought and discussion to ideally prevent further mistakes, which is probably indicative of where you understand my leanings towards it. But Iraq as an exercise, as a part of our history, looking back on it now, do you think that it was a mistake to do it?
I think it's hard to answer that question without being able to understand what kind of outcome we could have had. So I think we could have had a very positive outcome. And we didn't. And so when you don't have a positive outcome, obviously, it's not worth executing. If we could have had a positive outcome, a truly positive outcome, it seems like it would have been well worthwhile to have a flourishing country in the Middle East with massive oil supplies and a strategic center of that region, and to have bases in that region and to have coalition forces and be allied with the people there. Like, you could have had an incredible world stabilizing situation. Now, unfortunately, that we never heard that goal from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
No one said that goal from the beginning.
Yeah.
If we'd have gone and that been a goal, we'd still be there. We'd probably have thousands and thousands of probably divisions of squared away Iraqi troops. You'd have, we could have done something really positive over there.
Do you think that the prospect of Iran continually fucking with that as a state that's aligned with the United States would have been a problem that would have negated our capacity to accomplish that?
Nope.
No. So I guess that's the one kind of big question mark or doubt that I have looking back on it, is that if you look at, had we never even gotten involved, was Saddam a prick? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Was he brutal? Of course he was. Did he use chemical weapons on his own people? He did. Was he a threat to us existentially? That I'm not sure of. And so when I look at it as obviously, of course it's easy to sit here and say, with the way things panned out in Iraq compared to having never gone, and now Iran is so busy fucking with Iraq back and forth that they're not even the problem that they've become in the world stage in the last 15 years. It's easy to say that. What I'm not sure of is, could we have accomplished that in Iraq, now removing Saddam as such a thorn in Iran's side that kept them busy enough to where they didn't have the ability to explode, the way that they have over the last decade. That's obviously there's no right answer to that, but that's what makes me wonder the most.
Oh yeah, what we did was not playing chess.
Yeah,
we got out there and played tic-tac. We didn't play checkers. We were playing tic-tac-toe.
Yeah,
and it's amazing, again, the short-sightedness and lack of strategic thinking and arrogance.
Yeah,
the arrogance, the American arrogance that things are going to pan out the way we want them to pan out.
Yeah.
And there's just too many variables and unknown factors when you go into war and combat to make these kind of predictions.
Yeah.
And that's why what you should be planning for, again, the fantasy that I just rattled off about how good things could have been. I'm a positive person. I would tell you that's a good fantasy to have, but assessing it from the outside, I would just think of what's the worst case scenario, because that's what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Because that's what you have to plan for. You don't plan in combat. You don't plan for the best case scenario. You're going to have the best possible outcome, because that's not going to happen. You're going to get the worst case scenario in a war. Yeah. And so that's what you need to be ready for.
Yeah.
And we didn't do that. We planned for a best case scenario. The regime's going to fall. We're going to get welcomed, and a new, flourishing, open-minded government will take over.
Yeah.
The regime got toppled. We got welcomed, and there's where it turned.
Yeah. When you see what we're doing now, currently, with our primarily financial and weapons support of Ukraine, similarly speaking with Israel, if you had a role in the government as SecDef or some sort of advisory role, or even the fucking president for that matter, what is your take on those two specific areas as to whether or not we should be doing anything? If so, what we should do?
I don't think we should help Ukraine keep going forward in a war of attrition. Like, if you and I are at the gambling table and we're betting against each other, and you keep raising me and I keep raising you, and you keep raising me and I keep raising you, and eventually the house is going to get it all. Shouldn't we at one point look at each other and go, hey, dude, well, let's just call it a day. You keep what you got, I'll keep what I got, and let's go somewhere else. Let's go out for dinner. Let's go grab a steak. Yeah. But right now, we're basically encouraging an escalation to keep putting more and more and more and more on the table. And Ukraine is the one that's going to run out first, of people, of brave young soldiers that are out there sacrificing their life and limb. That's what they're going to run out of. And we should not let them do that. We should help them find a peaceful solution while they still have a male population.
Yeah.
That's what we should do.
Yeah. I don't disagree. Israel, different animal altogether, but similar question, I guess.
Well, Israel is at war and is going to be at war and is going to be in a defensive mode for the next, 1,000 years. That's where they're going to be. So I think we can help them do that. I think we have helped them do that, but they're going to be paranoid and defensive for the next 1,000 years. And that's their existence. So I think they're going to, we can help them do that. But saying we'll help them do that is like me saying I'll help you do pull-ups, right? Hey, Mike, keep going. You're looking good, right? So I'm not taking any sacrifice. I'm not getting callous on my hands because I can't, because it's just the state that you're going to be in now. Israel is a lone element surrounded, and that is their existence. And if as long as they have a flag, that's going to be their existence, and that's got to be their life. That's got to be their life. We've supported them. We will support them. I think we should support them. But it's going to be, that's the nature of their existence now.
Do you see any scenario where you think it would be justified in us having boots on the ground there?
It's difficult for me to identify a situation or conjure a situation in my mind where we would go and put Americans' lives at risk for another country, Israel or any other country.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah. I guess you could kind of apply that same logic looking back at Iraq.
You can look at Iraq, you can look at Afghanistan, you can look at Korea, you can look at Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you were asked to play a role in the current or the upcoming administration's role in any capacity, would you consider it?
If the nation needs me, I will report for duty.
Yeah. Is it something that, I guess politically, whether it's an actual role like that or an actual position politically, is that something that you have any desire to do?
I do not pursue those roles.
Yeah. Just if you were asked, you'd do it. But
if the call came, I would answer the call.
Yeah.
But not at this juncture in my life actively pursuing any type of role in the government.
Yeah. So just to be clear, if Trump called you and said, "Hey, I want you to be the Secretary of Defense," you'd say, "All right."
Yes, I would.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I think Pete's going to do a fine job.
Yeah, I don't envy the position. That's for sure. That's a tough role to be in for sure. So you come back from the deployment in Iraq, and you ultimately end up going to TRADET. For the rest of your career, can you give us the kind of chronological timeline of how that shook out?
Yeah, I came back in, like I said, October of 2006. I did, the turnover stuff, and basically by early 2007, I was over at TRADET, and I did that job for the next 2.5, almost 3 years. Yeah, running platoons, put them through training. It was awesome, and it was the lessons that we had just learned, and we ran freaking outstanding training. And it was one of those things where, so when I came back, the Admiral McGuire was still in charge, and he basically was like, what do you want to do? And since I'd worked in training cell at SEAL Team 1 as a young guy, I understood what that role meant. And since I had, when my task unit was going through workup, like, I did a lot of training of my young leaders, a lot, and passed on everything I could to my guys. And when we were coming home from Ramadi, again, you were asking me earlier, like, when did it start to clean up? It was months. So when we got home, it wasn't like, oh, it'll be over. No, it was like, we're going to be fighting like this, and the next task unit, and the next task unit, and the next task unit, we're going to be doing this. And by the way, this isn't the only city in Iraq. There's another dozen cities that are going to have to do this in. So I thought to myself, I need to make sure I pass on these lessons to the guys that are going to do this next. And so the Admiral said, what do you want to do? And I said, sir, I want to run the West Coast training. He's like, Roger that. And he put me in that role, and that's what I did. I got deep selected for lieutenant commander, which was very awesome, and screened for XO, which was awesome. First look, so I was on a very good trajectory. And meanwhile, I had this woman and these kids at my house who barely knew who I was. Yeah. And so my family really started to weigh on me in the fact that I had disregarded my family. I've told you in this podcast that I love the teams like 50 times thus far, and I hadn't mentioned my family yet. That was the way my life was at the time.
How old were your kids at that point?
My first kid was born in 1999, okay. So 9, 10, and then down to, my son, who is the youngest at the time, I ended up having one more, was 6, something like that. 5, actually, 5 or 6, 7, yeah. And then the other thing that played into it was now as time started to go by, it did seem like the war was winding down. So now fast forward a year, the war's kind of winding down, and I start looking at what does my next, 10 years look like. And what it looked like was a lot of staff positions and a lot of deployments doing staff positions and staff positions. And I just looked at my family, looked at the future. I would, at that time, it would take me about another 7 years to become the commanding officer of a SEAL team. I was on an awesome track. I appreciated it, but I decided I was going to retire. Yeah. And I went and told the Commodore, who is a friend of mine, and then I went and told the Admiral, and that was people always ask what's the hardest decision. That was the hardest decision. Hardest decision I've made was deciding to leave the boys.
Yeah. Did they try to talk you out of it at all?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how do they do that? Like, is it?
What do you want to do?
Is it subtle or is it very?
It's not subtle.
Not subtle.
It was very, very humbling and very. I was very appreciative. And it's nice. I mean, it's great offers and jobs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it still is a long time and a lot of time.
Yeah.
That was gonna be.
Yeah. At any point during your operational career, did the thought of screening for Dev Group ever cross your mind? And
yeah, so I tried to screen in my first platoon.
Of course you did.
And my Master Chief said no. And tried to screen again, and in my second platoon, and the same Master Chief, said, you can't screen until you get done with your second platoon. Got done with my third platoon, and that's when I actually was like, okay, I think I had, like I said, I had 2 shots at the officer package before the time limit was up, or I could screen. And so I decided to try the officer thing.
Yeah.
And so that was that.
Does that ever enter your mind of thinking, what if you had not gone the officer route and had gone to screen instead?
Yeah, would have had a different career.
Yeah.
Hanging out with those studs, hopefully.
Yeah.
Obviously, a ton of friends went over there and had awesome careers. The best guys in the world. So
yeah. The impact that it had on your family at that point when you had been so headfirst into the community, and now you had a 10-year-old and an entire family, even younger than that. How was your relationship with them at that point? I mean, were you? Was it at least positive?
Yep.
Was there any tumultuous component to it, or?
Nope.
Pretty
all good. Just went on my first deployment to Iraq, and my son couldn't crawl. And when I got home, he could walk. Went on my second deployment to Iraq. When I got home, he was swimming around in the Navy pool, and I didn't have anything to do with it.
Wow.
So I didn't see him crawl, didn't see him walk. How many freaking jiu-jitsu classes, dance recitals, soccer games did I miss for my kids? How many Christmases, birthdays? You know the deal. Yeah. It's just like everything. So they weren't mad. They didn't even know any different. My kids thought that all dads were SEALs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just what they thought.
Yeah.
All my friends were SEALs. All their kids, dads was a SEAL. And so that's what it is. So my wife is a saint. My wife understood my dedication to the teams. When we were driving over the Coronado Bay Bridge to go to the San Diego courthouse and get married, on the way over, I gave her like an out. I said, hey, being a frogman is not just what I do, it's who I am, and I'm not going to change.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to be married to a frogman, then we shouldn't do this. And she goes, I know what I've got. I was like, okay. And she was a saint. And to this day, outstanding.
I mean, it's amazing to hear. She sounds like, the foundation and if ever there's a matriarch of a family, it's kind of a textbook definition. Do you mind if I ask how you guys met?
Yeah, sure. I was, all right. So I'm in an ARG platoon. Squad 2 gets sent to Bahrain for some random reason, but it's really a liberty trip. So they fly off and go to Bahrain. Squad 1 has work to do. Well, I forget what it was. We had to do something. We did the thing. We get done. Now we're going to go to Bahrain. So we fly to Bahrain. And we had some kind of a scam shooting trip set up or something. So when no internet, this is 1994. We have no idea. Never been to Bahrain before. Don't understand anything about the Persian Gulf. Figure we're going to some random desert. We're going to shoot our pistols. We land, and Squad 2 is waiting for us with vans. And they're in like civilian clothes. And they're like, come on, you guys, this is insane. So at the time, Bahrain was a hub for various airlines. And the airlines were all had stewardesses. and the stewardesses were, primarily from Australia, New Zealand, England. Yeah, those countries. And they were all like a bunch of really nice looking, women.
With the accents. No.
Yeah, with the accents, all 9 yards. So anyway, squad 2 picks us up and they're like, hey, there's all these girls here, and we're kind of like, what do you mean? And they're like, there's these stewardesses from these different airlines and they're here and they go to these bars and we've been going at it for 3 days. And sure enough, one of my assistant platoon commander, the guy that took over for Grizz, I hung out with him a lot in San Diego before we left, and he was a quieter dude, and I would go out with him and I'd kind of like introduce him to girls and whatnot. And so I see him and he goes, dude, there's these 2 girls and they're just like amazing. And I know you're going to talk to them. I know you're going to get with them. And I was like, dude, no, it's like, there's plenty of girls. You go with those girls. And so we go to one bar, we go to another bar. And then finally we go to this bar, and I walk in the bar and I see like across the bar, there's this stunning 5'9" blonde haired girl in like a skin tight white, like unitard bodysuit thing with fringe under the arms. I'm like, who in God's name is this? So I walked up to her and I said, should I just call you Aphrodite's goddess of love? And I said it like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, because we'd watched that movie like 5,800 times on the ARC. And she said I was an idiot. And then I bought her a drink and then I married her. Wow. So, and it ended up being one of the girls that my buddy was talking about.
Yeah. Pretty quick process from the time you...
No. So, we were freaking pen pals.
Oh, okay.
Like this was letter writing, pre-email.
Yeah.
We have letters that we wrote back and forth to each other.
Cool.
And then eventually she came to America, visited, and then she came back to America and we got married.
Yeah, that's awesome. As you were getting out, did you have a goal and a plan to write Extreme Ownership, to start Echelon Front? Was that something that kind of evolved over time, or was it a master plan?
No, I had a gym, and my goal was to train jiu-jitsu and surf and hang out with my wife and kids. About 6 months prior to retiring, a friend of mine that I knew through jiu-jitsu, he was the CEO of a big company, and he asked me to come and talk to his executives about leadership. I said, cool, yeah, no problem, of course, it's a friend. I went and did it. I think he thought I was going to talk about doing push-ups and whatever, and I talked about cover, move, simple, prioritize, execute, decentralized command. And when I got done, he said, I want you to come and talk to every division I have in my company. I was like, well, I'm retiring. He's like, I'll pay you. I was like, okay. So I started traveling around the country, talking to all these different divisions. At one of those divisional meetings, the CEO of the parent company was there, and he said, I want you to come and talk to all my CEOs. I went and talked to all of his CEOs. When I got done with that, a bunch of them came up to me. You want to come talk to my company, come talk to my company, come talk to my company. At this point, Leif was getting out. I called up Leif like, hey, bro, need some fire support over here. And he's like, I'm in. So we started Echelon Front, and it just grew from there. Eventually, people were asking, like, do you have this stuff written down anywhere? We wrote the stuff down. That became Extreme Ownership. And there you go.
I think we actually have the same editor for our first books, Mark.
Yeah.
How did that pan out?
He's the guy that decided to say yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think, the literary agent shopped it around. A bunch of people said no, and Mark said yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
He had the vision. There you go, Mark.
Yeah, big time. What's next? I mean, you've had a ton of success with the kids stuff, and that's being turned into film creations. Can you kind of walk through that and talk about like what else do you want to do, if anything?
Yeah, so I wrote a bunch of kids books, and have you ever read my kids books?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the kids books are freaking awesome. And the reason I laugh when I say that is because you feel arrogant, like, oh, this book I wrote is awesome. But when I read the book, it feels like it's written by a 10-year-old kid.
Yeah. And
it's like, oh, this kid's awesome, but it was me. But I'm like detached from it. So I'm always like, oh yeah, it's really good. Oh yeah, I wrote that. Yeah. But the book came out, the feedback's amazing. And well, what happened was, I've written 5 of those books and one other book called Mikey and the Dragons, different series. But a guy named Ben Everard, who's a movie producer, he had gotten the books randomly for his kids. And a few days later, he walked into one of his kids' rooms, and the kid's there doing push-ups. And he walks in his other kid's room, and the kid's doing sit-ups. He's like, what are you guys doing? It's like, we want to be warrior kids. Picks up the book, and he's like, I got to find this guy. And so he tracked me down. He drove down to Victory MMA and sat down actually across from this table and said, hey, man, these books are awesome. These books should be a movie. I'm a movie producer. Let's put something together. And I'd been pitched probably 5 or 6 times from different people, but I think very like, oh, let's throw an offer at this guy. But he was really understanding of the concept of the book, and he drove down here. He was taking ownership of it. So we started talking and hatched a plan and hired a screenwriter, a guy named Will Staples, who did an outstanding job. And while all this was going on, I have a food supplement company called Jocko Fuel, and one of another SEAL named Jared had used Jocko Fuel because he's a friend with Chris Pratt to help Chris Pratt getting ready for Terminalist. And so Chris Pratt was kind of fired up for Jocko Fuel, and Jared was an awesome guy who actually helped Jack Carr get connected with Chris Pratt to do Terminalist. So there's like this, all this stuff is going on.
Yeah.
And then I also have a clothing company called Origin USA, and we make everything in America. And Chris Pratt's a very patriotic person. And so he kind of like was watching what I was doing. And then Jack Carr called me up one time. I was like, hey, dude, we're going to UFC. You want to go? And I was like, yeah, cool, of course. So I end up with Jared and Jack and Chris Pratt, and we all, and a bunch of other people, we go up to UFC and we hang out. Anyways, so I kind of meet Chris Pratt, and he's like the first Hollywood guy I've met, and he's just totally cool, down to earth, funny, charismatic dude, just cool. And I don't think much of it. So, but this is all happening, right? And probably 6 months later or something like that, I get like a text message from Chris Pratt. He's like, hey, dude, got your number from Jack. I would really like to do something with Jocko Fuel and Origin. And I'm like, oh, yeah, cool, awesome. You're like, cool. So we start having like a conversation about that stuff. And as we're having that conversation, we like agree, like, all right, he wants in. He really likes Jocko Fuel. He used it and uses it a lot. So he's like, I might as well like support it. I want to be a part of it. So we're like, cool. And he's like, and I hunt and I wear jeans and I'm a patriot. So I want to see stuff made in America. Like, how can I get involved in this stuff? Cool. So we start working on that. And when I say we, I mean like our various teams start talking and having conversations, right? Yeah. And Chris and I are more just talking about normal stuff. Well, my producer, Ben, he's like, dude, you need to give this script to Way of the Warrior Kid to Chris Pratt, since you know him. And I was like, dude, I'm not giving this guy this, like, I'm not doing that. And he's like, well, if there's an opportunity, I go, I'm not, the guy's like a very nice, genuine guy. And I guarantee that 99.999% of the people that say hi to him try and pitch him like, hey, here's the movie. And I was like, I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. Jack Carr and Jared introduced me. I'm not going to like try and snake in with this kind of stuff. So I didn't. But as our business partners were communicating with each other about what's going on, my business partner was like, yeah, well, he's got that movie thing that he's working on. And so he'll be up in LA on this day or whatever. And he's like, well, what movie? He's like, oh, it's a kid's movie. It's called Way of the Warrior Kid. And he's like, well, where's it at? He's like, well, he has a script for it. Well, send me the script. So my business guys sent the script to Chris's business guys, who then read the script. Well, the script's freaking awesome. And they give this script to Chris. And Chris tells the story. It's pretty funny. He's like, yeah, I was like, oh God, oh, Jocko wrote a script, which actually didn't write it, but he's, you have low hopes, right? Yeah. Freaking knuckle dragger. Well, he reads the script. The script's awesome. And he basically showed it to his film manager, and his film manager was like, she told me, she goes, in a big meeting, like the first meeting we had, she goes, I got done reading the script, wiped the tears out of my eyes, called Chris and said, you better make this movie.
Oh, wow.
So that was it. And we, honed the script. We filmed in August, September, and October of this year. It's all wrapped, and we're now in the editing process.
Man, that's amazing. So is it a show, like a series or a movie, or?
It's a movie. It is a feature film.
Wow.
It was made by Skydance and Apple. So Skydance is a massive movie producer. They made Top Gun Maverick. So
wow.
they get the deal.
Yeah.
And the biggest Hollywood deal since 2020, and they just love the script. And once Chris Pratt's attached to something, we've got this amazing director, a guy named McG, who's directed a bunch of really awesome stuff. And so we got done filming, and it's going to be. I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to help a lot of kids, and I think it's going to help a lot of parents.
Yeah.
A lot of jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is one of the main characters of the story.
Yeah. That's a huge surprise.
Yeah. No, big shocker.
Yeah. That's going to be enormous. What do you have any idea ballpark when it's going to come out?
We're not 100% sure, but it should be in the spring sometime is what we think.
This coming spring.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's really crazy. Again, I'm the luckiest human ever because normally putting a movie together takes years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
And everything just lined up. It just so happened that Chris Pratt had, this window of time in between filming one project and Terminal List and the other Terminal List. And he had this little window. Yeah. And I mean, dude, he's already busy, but he just fit in there. And when a guy like Chris Pratt has a window, the world moves and sets it up. And so, it was very, very fortunate. Very fortunate. And I think, like I said, I think the movie's going to really help out a lot of kids. It's going to help out a lot of parents.
Yeah, man, that's super cool. I'll read the book and watch the movie for that one for sure. But what do you want to do next, or what more do you want to do?
Just at this point, like I said, helping out kids, helping out people, helping out leaders through Echelon Front. That's the most rewarding thing, is getting feedback from parents, from kids, from school teachers, from CEOs, from other people, from young military personnel, just trying to help out at this point.
Do you think there will come a point where you want to stop doing those things?
I can't foresee a time when I want to stop doing them. No, I don't think there'll be a point that I want to stop doing them. Might I do a little bit less? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't like to travel a lot.
Yeah.
And so, as much as I can avoid traveling, I would do.
Yeah.
But
it's funny, I'm in the same boat. Yet I find myself here.
Yeah, here you are. Yeah, see, we had the test of wills.
Yeah. I mean, it's 100% worth it on my end. But switching quick gears on the origin front, one thing I'm curious about is I love the Made in America stuff, the kind of refurbishing old equipment and bringing back like true classic industry is awesome. Does the possibility exist to make any of the clothes, whether it's gis, jeans, et cetera? I mean, I guess the jeans maybe are probably already 100% denim, but with kind of the understanding of microplastics and, polyester and lycra and those different materials having the negative impacts that they have on people's hormones and bodies, et cetera. Are there any thoughts or plans in making like 100% either linen, wool, or cotton, or a blend of those things, but just all natural products of any of your stuff?
Yeah. We've got on the board right now. Well, we make 100% cotton hoodies right now. So it depends on the specific item, but yeah, we do have some jeans.
Yeah, stuff on
the map.
Do you think that it's even possible to make a gi out of like merino wool or some sort of?
Well, gis used to be 100% cotton.
Yeah,
it's just that it's a terrible material to have in a gi. And there's been hemp gis.
Yeah,
but the manufacturing process to make hemp into a material is savage. Yeah. It's like this extremely crazy chemical process to make it wearable.
Which negates
takes away the idea of like, we want to do something that's like sustainable.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I suppose that's always the compromise, especially like with no-gi stuff, like having rash guards and shorts that are all natural materials. It's hard for that to withstand training.
Yeah, the
the shit
chaos
just falls apart.
Yeah.
I've got a number of Patreon questions and just kind of some random things everybody has always wanted to know about Jocko. If we can finish with those, if that's all right.
Right on, let's do it.
I guess first off, is Jocko your real name?
No, my real name is John Willink. And as I mentioned earlier, my dad was really into sports. And so before I was born, he gave me the nickname Jocko.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, I think that's a surprise. It's a surprise to me. I figured it was a military thing or whatever, but even growing up.
Yep. Everybody my own parents, my kids, my wife, everybody calls me Jocko.
Shit, even your kids call
you. I actually joke about that now when I was in the teams. As you know from being in the teams, everybody called me Jocko from the Admiral to like a new guy.
Yeah.
It didn't matter when I was an E5 or when I was the OIC a trade at, people call me Jocko.
Yeah. Even your kids call you that?
Yep.
No shit.
Yep.
Not dad, but Jocko.
They'll throw a dad in occasionally if they need money or something.
That's fitting. When was the last time you lost your temper?
I don't know. So there's a running joke in my family, and not just in my family, but I get mad at printers, computer printers.
Yeah.
So, and I think I have fun with it, but as far as like truly losing my temper, it's been a long time, man.
Like decades.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah. Jason asks, what advice do either of you, I'm going to default to you on this one though, for someone starting their jiu-jitsu journey at 60, best workout recovery methods for torso soreness from being squished? I don't know that you can recover from that other than just taking time off, but don't get on bottom.
Yeah, don't get on bottom. I would also say, make sure that you're doing exercises that are going to help you be strong in the core.
Yeah.
And by exercise, that doesn't mean like crunches, but like doing like squats where you have to kind of brace up and your core just gets stronger, overhead squats, stuff like that. Yeah. And then some ab stuff like hanging. I think just having a strong core will mitigate some of that soreness that you get. It's most likely more from like muscle fatigue and soreness than it is from being squeezed.
Yeah.
So that's my guess.
Starting BJJ at 60, any advice?
Yes. I would do a lot of technique. I wouldn't roll for a long time. I would take private lessons. If you're 60 years old, I'm assuming you're at a place in life where you can hopefully afford to like pay a guy to give you privates that's a really skilled guy. And I would not rush, and I would tap early and I would tap often, and I would be very careful about rolling, and I would not roll with people that I don't know and that I haven't formulated a relationship and an understanding with.
Yeah. I do that even at 46, but I do roll, but it's very strategic. Like my coach, he'll even, if I go to a group class, which isn't very often, but he'll be like, hey, I want you to roll with this guy for one round. And I want, then this, like he picks and chooses, and otherwise it's, he and I doing a couple privates a week. But, have you ever played jiu-jitsu chess?
No, I have not. But I just saw it for the first time a few days ago. Looks cool. I think that's a good idea. Like for a 60-year-old, that seems like a pretty cool idea. Yeah. I probably don't have the patience for it right now. But oh well.
I hadn't either. We probably saw the same thing.
Yeah.
But I was like, I never thought of that. That's kind of neat. What would you like to accomplish with your bow hunting, moose, antelope, caribou, etc.? And what is your favorite beef cut?
Ribeye. We'll get that out of the way. What was the other one? Moose, caribou.
What would you like to accomplish with bow hunting? Like, are there any specific animals you want to harvest?
Because I was going to say, what? Read the ones off again.
Moose, antelope, caribou.
Yes.
All three of them.
That's
you
my
haven't
answer.
gotten any of those three.
No.
Yeah, elk, right? You've got an elk.
I've just got an elk and deer.
Yeah. Is axis deer all it's cracked up to be?
It is freaking tasty. Yeah. No, I haven't hunted it, but I've eaten it, and it is really, really tasty.
Yeah. Claire asks, curious on both your perspectives on Pete Hegseth. We covered that. What leadership skills do you see being the most important first measures for whoever gets appointed in reworking much of the top leadership rot, whether it be personnel or guiding principles?
I think it's going to be being detached enough to parse out the good from the bad. So I think there's going to be, it would be a temptation to go there with battle axe. And I think a scalpel might not be enough, but at least like a Bowie knife, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you got to be careful with the battle axe. I think a scalpel might not be enough, but there's got to be some bloodshed, but I wouldn't want to go overboard. So I think that being able to suss out and really do good analytics and gather enough intel to do good assessments of where the rot actually is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess in that same vein, I mean, do you look at the mistake we made in Iraq with just fucking gutting the whole thing as kind of a, hey, don't do that? Is that?
You mean gutting the whole thing like what we did with the bath with the
yeah,
like we
same kind of principle base. Yeah. No. What country's special forces have you worked with that surprised you the most?
I worked with the Brits, and I haven't done a ton of work with any foreign group excessively, except for the Polish Grom.
Oh, okay.
And the Polish Grom's freaking awesome, and I love them. I worked a decent amount with the Sri Lankan SBS in the 90s, and they were great bunch of guys fighting a very tough war at the time. And then, but then I've done like a little bit here and there with a bunch of random people, random countries.
Yeah.
And then, been basically adjacent to or coordinating with the Brits on a few different occasions. And the Brits are just outstanding.
Yeah. When you were in Sri Lanka, was it against the Tamil Tiger?
Yep.
Yeah. Man, they've been a fucking thorn forever, huh?
Yeah, they're not anymore, but it was
they were for a long time.
Something like a 14-year civil war.
What do you do when you need to talk to somebody who doesn't listen, but you have no other option than to continue to communicate with this person? They do not listen or even care to understand.
Listen to them.
Just straight up.
You have to listen to them, because if I'm having a conversation with you, Mike, and I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you that, and I'm telling you that, and you're not listening to me, I need to say, hey, Mike, what's going on? And I need to listen to you. And I need to take your word on board. And I need to try and incorporate your viewpoint and your perspective and your plan into my world.
Yeah. Did you ever have any struggles with being a dad with your kids as they were navigating, teenage years with discipline or, them screwing up and punishment and things like that? Were there ever any big hiccups as far as stuff like that goes?
Dude, my kids were really great kids. And did my kids get in trouble? Sure. Did my kids do some dumb stuff? Yeah, they did. Were they great kids? Yep. Yeah. They're really good kids who, actually I did a podcast with my daughter, my middle daughter, Rana, she's the one that's a little bit in the limelight because she's a competitive at jiu-jitsu. Yeah. And so she's a little bit out there in the world, but yeah, if you want to hear about me as a dad, there's some stuff I went overboard with. I pushed jiu-jitsu too much when my kids were younger, pushed it on them too much, and I had to back off and allow them to find their way back to jiu-jitsu. But yeah, for the most part, thankfully, my kids were really good kids and didn't do anything that was, out of the box. And the reason I say luckily is because I've known some parents that were great parents and their kids, went off the rails, and it's terrible to see. Yeah. And so I'm very happy that, and thank God my wife was, around doing the lion's share of the parenting. Yeah. And, a lot of times when you were asking earlier, like I was the fun guy, right? Yeah. I was like, hey, Dad's home. Everything's fun. No, we're not cleaning up. We're going to go play. Like that was, I played that guy. Yeah. But no, my kids have been great kids.
Yeah. I guess I don't know if you want to mention publicly or not. You have a son that, I guess, were there ever any pissing contests with your sons? You have just one?
I have one son.
Okay, one son.
Yeah.
Like, I guess growing up, was there ever any, like, taking a shot at the title or any challenging? Like, did he get to a point where he's like, I think I can take the old man?
Well, we all train jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
So like you got that shot anytime you want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
But I guess,
you know the deal. There's a pecking order, and you know where you're at.
Yeah.
But you know the kids get bigger and stronger, and the more they train.
Yeah.
You know, and jiu-jitsu works.
Yeah.
You know, like I mean, you know, my daughter right now, like she's really really good at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
And if I slip up, she'll tap me out.
Yeah.
You know, same thing with my son. Same thing with any one of my kids.
Yeah.
You know, if you mess up, you're gonna get caught.
Yeah.
There was one time where when my kid was like, my son was like 10 or maybe 11, and he got lazy on some sweep, and I slapped his rib cage hard, and then I tapped him out, and then when we started again, I had a very bad ankle sprain, and he's like 10 years old, maybe 11, but he's a big kid, and he dove for a toe hold on my sprained ankle and cranked it. And of course I'm not tapping. I'm just going to let it get re-injured. But then I, you know, defended it, got on top. And so I put like a crazy paper cutter choke on him. And I said, hey, when someone is hurt, you do not attack what is hurt. Do you understand? And he wouldn't answer. And so I started putting the pressure. And he's like, I said, do you understand? No response. He didn't want to respond to me. He was pissed because I slapped his rib cage. I go, do you understand what I am saying? And I started putting the pressure. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to kill him because it's a test of wills. Like he's
At
you
10,
know, that's
10,
it.
11?
Yeah, he was like 11.
Wow.
And then finally he got, I understand. And I said, okay, cool. All good. Let's roll again.
When you look at him, do you see kind of a chip off the old block? Like, does he remind you of him or him of you?
I mean, he's, you know, there's some genetic transfer, but he's a lot better than I was. You know, he's a lot more fun. He's a better athlete. You know, just he's a much better chip than I ever could have hoped for.
Yeah, that's very humble. What keeps you motivated to set the alarm for 4:30 every day and then train at least every day or even twice a day in some cases?
Man, what else are you going to do? Not only that, but I'll tell you, this is what I know is it's decaying. And if you're not on it, it's going to decay. You ever been to Hawaii?
Yeah.
So in Hawaii, I remember I was in Hawaii, and you look around at like people that live in Hawaii, they got their house in Hawaii. The jungle is coming for your house. Like it's coming. Yeah. Like when you live in Southern California, you could build a house here and just leave it.
Yeah.
And you'd come back 20 years later and you could still live in it, be fine.
Yeah.
It'd be a little dirty, a little dusty, whatever. In Hawaii, if you don't like aggressively maintain your house, it's getting eaten by the jungle.
Yeah.
And that's what time is doing to your like body.
Yeah.
And so you have to pay attention to it. So when I wake up in the morning, I know if I don't go and do what I'm supposed to do, I'm losing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose.
Yeah. So it's easy for you to stay motivated, would you say?
No, it's not. Hey, man, the alarm clock goes off. I'm tired like anybody else. I'm sore like anybody else. I'm nice and warm in bed like everybody else. But I'm going to get up and get after it.
Yeah. Are you a cold plunge first thing in the morning kind of guy?
Nope. I don't cold plunge first thing in the morning. And the reason is because when I get cold, it takes me a long time to warm back up.
Yeah.
And so I don't feel good during my workout. And so I cold plunge in the evening when I'm done with all my stuff.
Oh,
I did cold plunge before I rolled one time and I wanted to die.
Yeah.
I was like, this is absolutely terrible. It took like 5 rounds before I felt normal.
Oh, wow. Discipline is kind of a benchmark principle for you and one that you've espoused for a number of years. Is there any aspect of your life where you're kind of a mess, discipline-wise, like anything, whether it's, I don't know, you can't put IKEA furniture together, whatever it is. Dude,
I've been the same level guitar player since I was 15. I'm not kidding. I'm totally pathetic. Yeah. And it's a total lack of discipline and a lack of priority. So, I suck at guitar, and it bums me out.
Yeah. Well, there's still time.
Yeah, for sure.
Shit with YouTube nowadays. When we were growing up, trying to teach yourself how to play guitar was almost impossible.
It's so much easier now.
Yeah, now it's like, fuck, I can't even imagine having had this growing up. What do you do for recovery for days, lifting and doing jiu-jitsu and whatever? Is there a protocol, or do you just kind of depends on what's going on?
Yeah, if I can. I mean, eat steak, drink a milk, joint warfare, super krill. These are like the supplements that I take every single day. And I'm a true believer in those. And then I stretch out. I go in the sauna if I can, ice bath.
Yeah.
That stuff's great.
Yeah. Most days.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Wes wants to know, how many words a minute do you read? And do you have a style of reading to help you read so much, skimming, finger pacing, skipping words, or do you actually read the entire book?
I'm a ridiculously slow reader. I have gotten better. When I went to college, I one time took 5 English classes in one semester, and I literally hurt my eyes. It took them time to recover. My eyesight got worse.
Oh, no shit.
But they did recover.
Wow.
But I was reading like 8 to 10 hours a day on the weekends, and then like 4 or 5 hours a day during the week. It was absolutely terrible. So I've become faster at reading now, but I don't really have any special technique. I never learned how to speed read or anything like that. Yeah. I read a little bit faster than I talk now. I used to read at the same pace that I talk, which was ridiculous. And as you know, I'm a slow talker, so it was just a bad across the board.
Yeah. With the proliferation of cell phones and security cameras, is there a documented image of you smiling? There you go.
It's funny because there's, if you listen to my podcast, usually when I'm talking to Echo at the end, we're laughing our asses off. So yes.
Yeah. Top 5 tips to success for men in their mid-20s.
Wake up early, work out every day, don't drink, spend less money than you earn, and work harder than everybody else. I think that was 5.
Yeah. It's all solid. I think that's good for any age.
Yeah, it's
frankly,
probably pretty good for any age.
Earl wants to know, how do you stay so motivated and keep from getting burnt out with all the different ventures you're a part of? Do you ever experience that where you're like, fuck, I got too many irons in the fire?
One time I was like at the tail end of some freaking crazy amount of work, and I was on a flight. And normally when I'm on a flight, I read and prep for a podcast or write a book that I'm writing or whatever. And I got on this flight, and I was just like, dude, I'm freaking, this is just, I'm done. And Zoolander was playing on the little TV and the thing. And I can I please have those headset things? And I watched Zoolander. Yeah. So there you go. And by the time I was done, I was like, all right, cool, I can get back to work. So I think occasionally, watch an episode of The Office or something like that, play your guitar. But, I think jiu-jitsu working out keeps you pretty in the game. Like, I think I like what I do, man, I like what I do.
Is there any? I noticed you're an Office fan, which I'll ask you about next. But is there like a non-productive hobby that you have, like just a mindless thing that you enjoy doing that isn't for being disciplined? It's not for bettering yourself, like just something that you just enjoy.
Yeah, probably playing guitar.
Yeah. I mean, even that you could argue that it's good for your brain.
Okay. So it's like I don't know if I have anything totally mindless.
I mean, you don't watch hardly any TV.
Don't watch a lot of TV.
Is The Office your go-to?
The Office was a great show. I watched The Bear. Actually, what happened was it's a great show, but we were looking at various actors for the movie, and one of the actors that we were looking at for one of the roles was in The Bear. And so Mick G, the director, was like, "Have you've seen The Bear, right?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Oh, you gotta watch it." So I ended up watching it. So good show. But yeah, I don't spend a lot of time watching TV. I don't know if I have any truly mindless activities. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What do you normally go to bed early?
I go to bed around 10.
10. So I mean 6.5 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
that's enough for
you.
Yeah,
totally normal.
Have you ever whoop strapped it to see what the machine says?
Yeah. So I had a great company sent me a product that tracks your sleep, and I was using it. And after like a month, they were like, "Hey, we'd really like to do something with you and, show your sleep habits." And I was like, "No, you don't." And so I sent them like screenshots of my scores,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Yeah, Roger, I appreciate it," because my scores would be like 43, and like, "Oh, you slept 4.5 hours, you slept 5.2 hours, you slept 3.8 hours," and it was like, "Yeah, they don't. It didn't. Was kind of a bummer, for them."
I mean, do you? Do you ever hit the snooze? Like, are there times where you're like, "Fuck, I'm just not getting up"? Does that ever happen?
Yeah, I like to at least get up and put my freaking gym clothes on, and like maybe if I'm feeling like I got hit by a truck, but even if I feel like I hit by a truck, I know that the thing's gonna make me feel better. It's like, go move. No, dude, I've done that before. I've posted on Instagram like, "Hey, I got up," and then like posted like 2 hours later, "I got up again." I've done that before,
Yeah, pretty rare though. Yeah. Is there a craziest thing that you saw while deployed?
Like I was mentioning earlier, just seeing guys in every service branch on a daily basis go out into the fray where the chances of getting wounded or killed were high.
Yeah.
And just being able to be a part of that, that was, I'll never forget that.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything that I haven't asked you that I should have? Or something that nobody's ever asked you that you wish they would have on a show?
Dude, I don't know. I get asked questions all the time. No, I think you rounded out a lot of stuff, man.
All right. Well, again, I mean, to be able to sit here in your studio and interview you, unlimited questions and time is humbling, to say the least. I can't thank you enough. I do have some parting gifts.
Oh, right on, man.
I don't. If
Am
there's
I supposed to open these now or later?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
If you ever find yourself wearing a pair of shit kickers, it's Champion Choice Silver and John Johnston
there you
are
go, brother. Right on.
hooked us up.
The belt buckle.
Yeah. So,
Sick.
Yeah. So if you ever do, I don't know, a movie premiere red carpet, that'd be some great shit to see that. But
badass coin, dude.
yeah, little Marcus Aurelius. Are you a history fan of Roman and Greek?
Yeah. What's interesting is I used to get asked, when did you get so into Stoicism? And it's like, I didn't. I found out about it later. Like people were like, "Oh, when you say this, it's kind of like when these ancient philosophers said that."
Yeah.
And okay. So I kind of stumbled upon the stuff in my own way. Somebody asked me one time, "Who's your favorite philosopher?" And I said, Lemmy from Motorhead.
Yeah. Oh, it's classic. Again, I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it for the listener. Is there anything that you wanted to mention before we wrap up?
No, man. Appreciate you having me on, man. Thanks for spreading the good word out there.
Yeah, thank you to the listener. Hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.